This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Today is March 16, 2017. In attendance today is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary of the Authority Donahue. The next meetings of the Authority will be March 29th, April 12th, and April 26th. Those are all Wednesdays, subject to any more snowstorms. We are going to call items in the order they're signed in. First in Buffalo, then in Albany, then in New York City. Just want you to know that some of you are signing for New York City items. You're also signed in Albany, so it's going to rearrange the order they're called. Chairman, do you have any business? No. All right. The first item in Buffalo is 542 Gordon Fillmore, LLC.
Step up to the podium, please, and state your name.
Good morning. My name is David Gordon. Good morning. I'm Robert Romano. I'm here with Mr. Gordon.
Is there any objectors?
There's no opposition present.
I'd like to, if I may, approach and give the Commissioner and the Chairman a letter that came in late from the Fillmore District Council member, David Francic, a letter of support that I got too late to submit to you electronically.
Sure.
Mr. Gordon, who is a longtime and large supporter of this particular area of downtown Buffalo, is looking to open up a store that would serve not only the immediate vicinity and a number of blocks of the store, but the adjacent Broadway Market in Buffalo, which comprises over 90,000 square feet of food and shopping and ancillary items. There is currently no liquor or wine store in that market. This would be within a few seconds, under a minute walk to that market. It would be serving anywhere from 5,000 to 15,000 daily visitors to the market, depending on the time of the year. Mr. Gordon is, as I mentioned, he is a businessman in Buffalo who has currently employing over 350 individuals in the area, is contributing over $4.5 million a year in tax revenues, and is looking to open this store to complement his existing business in the adjacent building.
He owns the market?
No. Oh. He owns this property, which is adjacent to the market. He owns a number of properties and has several different businesses in Buffalo, and is a well-known and established business person in Buffalo with an excellent reputation. He's looking to serve, he has a check cashing business adjacent to this property, which would have when you say retail, it's a bulletproof store he's looking to open. Total square footage of the store is 3,750 square feet.
The store's going to be bulletproof?
Yes. It's
At 3,700 square feet?
Well, the entire inside of the premise, I guess the licensed premise, only a few hundred feet.
Can I ask why it would be bulletproof if this is a major shopping district of Buffalo?
The check cashing business, which is in the same building that my wife and I own, I just felt it would be more secure to have all the product behind glass, which is very similar to all the other liquor stores in the area. They all operate pretty much the same way.
And if after a period...
That kind of goes against you telling me this is a major shopping district.
Well, this is
bulletproof in my mind means you're doing this for safety reasons.
No, he's doing correct, but it's adjacent to the Broadway Market. It's not...
I know, but you describe this neighborhood as a business shopping district.
It is.
Most business shopping districts I'm in don't have bulletproof businesses.
If I may add, sir.
Yeah.
The Broadway Market is a facility owned by the city of Buffalo for over 120 years. It is a poor neighborhood that is trying to get revitalized, and I am one of the people that are trying to do this for many years now. And it is just a general practice in this neighborhood, I think, more to secure concerns about theft and things, that the neighborhood is on its way back. But for security reasons of the product, I feel that is the safest way to ensure that it's a very good environment for both the employees and the shoppers.
I understand all of that, but I'm sure your attorney has told you that we try to promote open stores, particularly in neighborhoods that are coming back, because it lends to the shopping experience and people like to see what they're going to buy before they buy it. And
Well, they will be able to
while
see it all behind glass.
bulletproof stores have been extremely prevalent in New York, and we're trying to get away from that in the neighborhoods that are gentrifying. And if this is a neighborhood that is heading in that direction, I don't know that I'm interested in putting a bulletproof store of this size there. I mean, I wasn't aware it was bulletproof. That's a big deal to me.
The entire 3,700 square feet is bulletproof, or just a portion of it
Well, the licensed footprint of the premise,
is 37,
floor of the property.
is 3,700 square feet?
3750. He would only use, I mean, a customer would come into an area, I think it's roughly 200 square feet.
So the actual retail area of the 3,700 square feet is how much approximately?
500 square feet approximately.
And that,
It'd be very open and very visible.
but that 500 square feet would be bulletproof is what you're proposing?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait, I'm
Like I
not
said,
following. That would be the open part, the
I think-
500 square
I think it's,
feet.
yeah, depending on our definition of what's retail in a bulletproof.
So the public would have 500 square feet that they could be in, and then the product would be in the other 3,200 square feet.
Okay.
No, the other way around.
The other way around.
They come in here, there's a counter, products behind, and then storage behind that.
Can I see that? Oh, I got it right here. Okay.
I was
I
just
think-
looking
Did
at
I
it.
not give you a
No,
diagram?
I was looking at it, I just didn't
That's-
understand it. My bad.
And Mr. Gordon, I mean.
So given the way this diagram is, that it's your diagram, I'm assuming, they're going to walk in the store and come to the counter,
Correct,
which is going to be the entire, it's going to go across the entire width of the store.
correct, I think it.
So how are they going to see the product?
Everything will be behind glass, very visible.
Behind the
Just like-
counter though, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's the public area, and then the counter's here, and then this is all the product back here. And the shelves
Sir,
look like, they're vertical, so I don't see how there's anybody, basically they're gonna come in and tell you what they want.
No, they'll be able to view everything. Everything will be in clear view.
Okay.
Have you had any issues with your check cashing company?
Absolutely not. We have full-time Buffalo police guards there from the moment we open till the moment we close. And we employ only people from the neighborhood.
And there would be a full-time on-premise Buffalo police officer at this premise.
So, are all these four closest stores in this list all bulletproof as well?
Yes, sir. As are many others beyond that area for another few miles. Like I said, this is a tough go to get this neighborhood back, and I've been working with the city for many years. I've been in business for 40 years, and I've brought back many.
Explain to me how a bulletproof store gets the neighborhood back.
Well, it's really just right now for the safety reasons. You could have too many problems if you have this stuff exposed in this neighborhood. Even in the market itself, they have enormous amount of security. There's still a lot of bad characters in this neighborhood, and it's a slow process. And until that gets much better, any other person that would do this any other way would be a fool. They'd be robbed blind, and I don't want that to happen.
I
You know, the
understand
block-
that, but there's four stores within 1.3 miles. Every one of them is doing business the same way you are, and all their sales are declining, or they're flat.
Well, first of all, most of these stores have very little inventory. If you go into these stores, which I have viewed them, I am adjacent, literally 35 feet from the door of the Broadway market, which at certain times of the year, they get sometimes tens of thousands of people a week that come from all over Western New York to shop here. This was a very vibrant area many, many years ago, and a lot of people, their family roots are in that area. They come back, and a lot of these people will shop in our store because they'll park right on top of us, literally. And the neighborhood people, most of them need public transportation to get to this facility, and the ability for them to come and get an alcoholic beverage from us and take it back with them is a big advantage.
Mr. Romano, do you have anything you want to say about ABCL Section 128 and the employing of police officers.
No, he's in the check cash we're talking about, right?
But am I missing a difference here? I thought this was all part
No,
of.
no, no, it's a separate business.
Mr. Romano,
Oh, you
he
indicated-
said he was going to employ a
Right.
police officer there.
I forgive it, not on the, right, he's not going to have a police officer. It will be a license. If there is, it would be a New York State license.
Could I explain, gentlemen, a little greater detail?
Sure.
The building is a former movie theater built in 1910. It's a historic building that I'm bringing back to life. Half the building is a check cashing business licensed by the state of New York and operated by my wife and owned by my wife. The building, which is the door, which is literally right next to what would be the liquor store, we would share the same police officer.
No,
who would watch both facilities.
Mr. Gordon, as I explained, it would be only a New York State licensed security guard. They would be
That's
able- You
correct.
would not be able to hire a Buffalo police officer to secure
These
this.
are retired police officers,
Okay, if they're licensed.
yes,
New York State.
and insured by us.
And you have other licenses?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you indicate you're going to manage this premise full-time, so who's going to take care of your on-premise license?
I have a chain of 3 retail stores, and I have a banquet facility. All the retail stores have managers that have been with me for 30 years or more, several managers per store. And the banquet facility, I have a 50% partner in.
So that didn't really answer my question. You're not going to manage Creekside Banquet and Picnic Grove anymore?
I have not managed it in 30 years.
Okay. And you're going to be at this store full-time every day?
I go there every morning, at least for 2 hours every day.
So you won't be there full-time?
Full-time, no. I employ, like I said, hundreds of people. I have multiple businesses, but I have very good controls, and I've been very successful at what I've done for many years. And I've helped the community out in a lot of different ways. I'm not trying to be braggadocio, but I do a lot for the community of Western New York.
How far is J&J Liquor from this market? Are they closer to it or further away than you?
They're
At
definitely all further.
910 Fillmore?
They're all further away. My building literally is 35 feet. The only reason it doesn't touch the market is there's a one-way road between my building and the market.
J&J is 0.4 miles.
Is that Gibson?
Darrell Keith Rose?
Is that Gibson between you and the market?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The 0.4 miles, I don't believe that's accurate either. I think it's a greater distance than that.
You have any other questions?
No, I'm good.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Romano?
You ready to go, Chairman? You know, I can see reasons to deny this, but if all the other stores around you are bulletproof, I see the other stores around you also just kind of holding their own, some of them not quite. But seems like you're going into an area that might be served. I'm a little bit impressed, well, more than just a little bit, impressed by a letter of support from former Erie County Executive Joe Giambra, and also this letter of support from the local council member to bring it down closer to home. So for those reasons, I'm willing to approve.
And I would like to point out, if I may, that Mr. Gordon would entertain the idea of going from bulletproof to non-bulletproof if the opportunity,
Yeah.
if the situation in the immediate area changed,
And also,
certainly would be open.
allow me to finish, Counselor, that there are no protests as well.
Thank you.
Is he going to carry New York products?
Absolutely. Mr.
Yes, sir.
What percentage?
I would say we've researched it. I would say between 20 and 25%.
Was he going to live with 20 as a stipulation?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll approve on the same grounds with the stipulation he carries 20% New York wine or spirit.
No
And
problem.
just be
I will go
mindful.
over that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
And no police officers.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All set?
The next item is 620 Ellen McTier.
My name is Ellen McTier.
Is your brother with you?
Yes, he is.
Can he come up?
Morning.
State your name.
My name is Mark Mateer.
Did you try to get relief from civil disabilities?
Did I try?
Yeah, did you go to the
No.
court and try, or you just decided to go this way?
No.
Okay.
Here, there was an incident where there was a shooting, and the shooters were your twin sons. What was the outcome of that? Were there any charges, any convictions? What?
Yeah, they got convicted. They got sentenced to 18 years.
Both sons or one?
Both.
Can I have 2 seconds, 2 minutes?
I see a good approach. Yeah.
New York, your microphone is on.
All right, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
Back on? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm willing to allow this, to approve this. I think everybody deserves another shot at it, but you do understand that you're kind of going to be held to the fire here on this.
Yes.
Not you, her.
Yes, I fully understand.
All right. All right.
So as long as you understand, if there is any issues at your establishment, and particularly if he's involved in those issues, it's going to go badly for you. As long as you
Yes,
understand that. I mean, right now, you don't have any issues. You've been pretty good. You've had a couple, but nothing no violence and nothing serious. So based on your understanding of that, I'll approve it as well.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, the next item in Buffalo is 545 Fairpoint Liquor Incorporated.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Tricia Cifuentes, and I'm here representing Fairport Liquor, Inc. I am here with Ming Chen and Sheng Chen, that is the applicant principal, and his son. His son will be managing the business, and they'd like to say a few words in support of their application.
So hi, my name is Shane. So the reason we're applying for the liquor license is my father, he's the landlord of the location, and for about 12 years, and we've seen how the village is, and we feel that a liquor store would really benefit the community because first of all, there's a huge local community. Second of all, there's not really a liquor store too close to us. The closest one is probably around like 2 miles away. Finally, our parking lot, our location, everything is pretty well lit. It's clean. It's easily accessible, and there's actually a new development in the village that's for luxury townhomes. It actually just opened in January. They feel that that'd be a pretty good market for us to be able to serve.
So just to jump in here for a second, currently the space is rented out. It is a laundromat and dry cleaner. Right within that street, less than half a mile away, there's already 3 dry cleaner laundry services serving the community. It's a tight-knit village. They have everything. They have the jewelry store, the market, the many restaurants and things like that. The only thing they don't have is the liquor store. They have to drive to neighboring towns in order to get liquor to take home with them, or wine. These applicants would like to have wine tastings. They'd like to hire a sommelier in order to educate the consumers. They'd like to have an open layout so that there's more space for you to walk around, to observe what's in the store, to ask questions, and not feel cramped like in smaller liquor stores.
Mr. Chen, you own 2 other Chinese restaurants?
Yes.
All right. And they don't have any, I don't see them listed here, but they don't have any liquor licenses?
No.
Okay. Are they located in Rochester, Fairport area as well?
Webster area.
Webster?
Is there, yes. And he owns several properties in which he's the landlord of in neighboring suburbs.
Does he own this property?
He
Yes.
owns this property.
What, other than what you mentioned, what else are they going to do differently that the nearest competitors aren't doing?
They're really going to focus on New York State and education. So they are going to educate themselves as well as their consumers. Right now, they are new to this industry, but they have already taken courses on the subject, and they'd like to kind of change and evolve as they start running to see what it is the community is really after. And so that's what their plan is. And I believe that hiring the experts to come in and educate the customers and market in that way will help bring in the consumers.
Do you
in the area.
have any population numbers for that area recently?
Unfortunately, I don't. I have been sick the last 2 days, and I don't have my briefcase with me, unfortunately. But the area is expanding. In 48 new condos were just created in January, I believe. Was it finished in January?
Yeah, it was finished in December.
So-
People moved in January.
Yeah, so the area is growing. I don't have population numbers, but they are putting a lot of money into the community, and we just want to be part of that expansion.
Okay.
Of your 1,829 square feet, how much of that is going to be retail space?
About 1,500.
It has not been built out yet because it is still occupied by the tenant, but the plan is to do the 1,500 square feet of customer space.
So how long is it going to take approximately to open if we were to give him this?
Probably 4 months.
The laundry mat that's
Yeah,
there,
well, with conditional letter runs for 6 months.
Okay.
the laundromat that's there now, is their lease expired or about to, or?
So we actually worked it out with them. Their lease expires in October 30th, but they're open to moving as soon as we get this approved. They already made it clear that they don't want to renew their lease, and they definitely want to get out of the business. I mean, the owner right now, he's got a couple other laundromats and several other businesses, and he just doesn't have enough time to run the laundromat anymore.
And as I said, there's 3 others right on that same street, so there might just not be enough business for him in this area for the laundromat.
All right. You ready? Yeah. Looking at it. Go ahead.
Tell me
Shane Chen.
for the record, I need you to state your name, please.
Shane Chen.
All right. I don't see any protest. The location seems to be situated amongst some other businesses with a overall close proximity, walking distance to a lot of other homes without being too imposing. So I do think public convenience and advantage is met, and I would vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. The closest store, which we just licensed in April of last year, is 1.8 miles away. So we don't really have consistent sales numbers on that yet. But the next 3 closest stores are all showing consistent increases in sales, and they're all over 2 miles away. Given that this is in the village of Fairport and there does not seem to be a store nearby, I will vote to approve on public convenience and advantage. Good luck.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the next item also in Buffalo is 586, the Roaming Buffalo LLC.
Good morning, I'm Chris Taylor.
Valerie Taylor.
Good morning, gentlemen. Ms. Held, I'm David Dezak, consultant for both Chris and Valerie.
So can you explain to me the availing that went on and how that happened?
Well, Valerie, why don't you kind of explain what, as far as how you're misled?
Okay, so my husband and I own a food truck. We've successfully run it for 6 years. And the restaurant we're talking about, Cyber Creek, is right around the corner from our house. So we approached the owner of the company and said to see if we can manage the kitchen, see if it's something we were interested in the business. We had a lot of friends in the area, and they wanted a home base for our food. So we approached him and said, hey, can you manage this location, see how it goes, and then eventually purchase the property because he was interested in selling. So he said, okay, cool, no problem. We'll get a lease going, and then we'll take care of everything. And so we started running the kitchen.
And then the bank came in and served us with foreclosure papers approximately 4 months after we signed a lease with the owner. And we were stuck running, we were told that we were going to be managers on the liquor license and everything was going to be taken care of. And then that's when we got investigated in November, I believe, by the SLA, by James Curry, stating that it was an availing, which we had no idea. We had no intention of running it that way. We were told we were made managers of the property or of the business, and we did not realize that until after we spoke with James Curry, the investigator, that what we were even doing.
So you were running the business during this time, right?
We were running the kitchen. We were. He was supposed to. Half the building collapsed during the November storm. He had a golf. It was a golf facility, an indoor golf, driving range, and he was supposed to rebuild the other side and run the golf and the bar part. And we were supposed to do all the food because we had a big following with the food truck, and he didn't want anything to do with the food anymore. So we started taking over the food section of it. And once the building went into foreclosure, he decided to stop building on the other side and never show up again, and he's just abandoned the building, and we've been taking care of it for the last year.
So did you ever have anything to do with serving alcohol here?
My wife was the bartender there. We did work for Don March. I was not, I was more of the kitchen guy.
All right.
But I mean, you leased, basically what happened is you leased the restaurant from him, paid him a monthly fee, and then kept the revenues for yourself.
Well, yes, at first, and then the bank came in, now we pay a receiver. So
Okay.
actually, we pay
All
the
right.
bank now.
So that's the availing, not the fact that you took the food over, you took the whole restaurant over.
Unfortunately, both Chris and Valerie were under the impression from the previous licensee, Mr. March, that they were managers, and he took care of all the paperwork.
Okay. Who's, in your application, you have a picture of a third gentleman in the back. Who is that?
He is a friend of mine. He's also going to be a silent partner. He's going to come in as a partner with us to help with the maintaining of it. Matt Martin. He's in the fire company with me, so he does all the plowing and stuff at the building. He did all the maintenance and the plumbing and stuff like that.
Do we have a personal?
I don't think so.
When you say silent partner, what do you mean?
Well, I mean,
he invested in it and then isn't going to say anything, or he's?
No, he didn't invest. He was more of the guy that took care of all the plumbing and everything like that, and I was the one that ran the kitchen.
But you're not. My question is, what is he going to be an employee, or is he sharing in the profits of this place?
As maintenance, just an employee as for maintenance.
Okay. And you're buying this from the bank, I take it?
Yes.
If we get approved for our license, if you're gracious enough, we are actually this week we will talk to the bank, and they are willing to work with us because they do not want to go to auction, because they will not. If it doesn't work out for us, the building's just going to sit, and it's going to be bad for the neighborhood. We're the only ones that want to take care of it.
All right.
Unfortunately for both Chris and Valerie, as I mentioned, the previous licensee was not really forthright with them, thinking that, or made them believe that they were managers, and he filled out all the paperwork. They had absolutely no clue what paperwork there was.
Not until we contacted Dave to do our own. We had absolutely no idea.
Do you have, and the truck isn't licensed, your food truck?
It is not licensed for liquor,
No.
though.
Okay.
All right.
Now, they've
All right.
also, if a license is granted, they're going to be doing the tips alcohol program for both of them. And for any bartender that they are to hire in the future, or manager, they're all of them will be trained for tips alcohol.
So when you were operating the bar without the previous licensee being there, what did you think? I mean, how did you think the license was going to get put in your name? How was that?
Well,
Did you
thought
seek
we
any-
would have his
any
license expired in October, so we figured we would have, and then he just disappeared, so we have no contact with him until James Curry came in and investigated, so we had no idea. So we figured we'd be able to apply for our license, and then we got a hold of Dave to apply for our license. Then we realized the process of what it is, with the passports and getting your picture taken and all the paperwork and the background checks and the fingerprinting that you had to do in order to get a New York State liquor license. So that's when we realized, that Don March never did that for us. We never got fingerprinted or added to the state liquor license.
All right. Okay.
And we've already probably dumped about $20,000 of our own money into the building to bring it up to code with the exit signs, with just redoing everything for safety reasons, building up the wall in the back, just making sure, locking up all the liquor, making sure everything is up to code in preparation for a liquor license.
You work for, Chris, you work for Erie County Sheriff?
No, that was my ex-partner.
Your ex-partner.
Yeah, we originally started with a partner, and he was supposed to take a leave of absence from the Erie County Sheriff's. That's another one that how we got kind of kicked in the butt for. He was supposed to take a leave of absence from the sheriff's office to concentrate on the kitchen with me. He also owns a food truck in Buffalo, and right prior to, I think it was November, he resigned from the LLC and started his own business.
The morning of Thanksgiving.
Yeah, morning of Thanksgiving, he resigned from the business and took all my equipment out of the kitchen and stole everything from me.
All right. All right, any more questions, Chairman? Yeah. I'm going to vote to approve and to allow you to continue to apply for this license. I think maybe perhaps you really didn't understand what you were getting yourself into. The previous licensee has already paid the price. So I'm willing to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. I don't see any intent here on your part. I think in a year, you're probably going to wish you were still doing the truck, but that's your issue, not mine. So I'll vote to approve.
We're still going to run the truck, yes.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, the next item in Buffalo, 548, Alawi Ahmed and Jamal Kalakwi.
Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alawi Ahmed.
Good morning, I'm Jamal Kalakwi.
Robert Romano, representing them.
Is there any opposition there?
There's no opposition present.
Thank you.
Okay, these gentlemen are seeking to open a 2,500 square foot store on Kenmore Avenue in Buffalo, of which 1,000 square feet, proposed 1,000 square feet, which would be retail. Currently, the four closest stores, the single closest store is a wine store that is 1 mile away with sales that are on the up. Of the four stores, there is one new store, brand new store, which I'm going to address in detail, and that's Hertel Liquors. Normally, I know this board does not look favorably when one of the four closest stores is relatively new. However, in this case, Hertel is it's a 1.4 mile drive. Buffalo has got in this particular area of Buffalo, only 32% of homeowners actually own a car, meaning that the 1,000 or so people that live in the adjacent blocks where there are some low-income housing projects would have to take public transportation, which I think I timed to come up to over an hour back and forth, the way the bus schedules run, if they were to not walk and take public transportation to go to Hertel. Hertel caters to an entirely different demographic than what my client is seeking to open. My client is simply seeking to open a moderate to low-end liquor store that would cater to those people living in the immediate area. And by immediate area, I'm talking 2 to 4 blocks. They don't have a store that caters to them at this point. And Hertel is as I mentioned, it's a brand new store that caters to a very high-end demographic. It's a very gentrifying area, a couple of streets where they are. I gave, as an exhibit, I sent to the authority photographs of events that they're having. I didn't do it for any other reason other than to show that Hertel is catering to a young, affluent crowd that would not be expected to walk anywhere near, much less into the premise that my client is proposing to open. The fourth closest store straight up has shown significant increase in sales. I do believe that the approval of this application would serve to the public convenience and advantage when taking into account the immediate demographic that it would be serving. We're here for any questions.
I mean, Hertel is not the only liquor store that we just opened straight up wine and liquors in 2012. I believe, which is another, it's 1.5 miles away.
2012?
So your argument is that what they're going to be doing differently is less? They're going to be doing less than other people, and that's...
Not less. We're serving a lower, we're serving a lower income demographic that frankly doesn't buy the high-end products that Hertel it really emphasizes. You know, if they do have these lower-end products, lower-priced products, it's an extremely small percentage of their inventory. Hertel, as you can see from photographs, caters to a entirely different demographic that is situated in the housing projects immediately.
But I'm trying to figure out what, so you're telling me that Hertel Liquors doesn't have any of the stuff that these guys are going to carry, or they have very little of
I can tell
it?
you that the people that live in the housing projects will not be shopping at Hertel. They don't.
So where are they shopping? You telling me they're not buying liquor? Because I don't believe that.
I mean, they have, Your Honor, they have to take the buses, to liquor stores about 2-3 miles far away. And this is the store we're hopefully gonna open is in a plaza. My cousin owns a store in the same plaza for over 10 years, and I worked there a few years. I know the neighborhood, I know the people. It's a really nice area. There's a lot of stores in that plaza, which is a grocery store, a salon, a restaurant, a clothing store. So the only thing the plaza is missing is a liquor store. And
Who owns the plaza?
Frank.
Zambio. Frank Zambio.
Not your cousin.
No, like my cousin owns the
He owns
grocery store
the
inside the
convenience
plaza.
store that's adjacent to the plaza.
Okay.
They share the same parking lot.
And I've been to this location. It's ideally situated. It's a very visible corner.
What's the population numbers, if you have any, for this zip code at least?
In this particular zip code, I believe it's shown a slight increase, not significant, but it's a slight increase. I had it.
So they're not going to do tastings, they're not going to do...
No.
Are they going to be bulletproof?
No.
No. The community is very calm. There's no problem there whatsoever.
Really nice area.
It's a good area, not like the east side of Buffalo.
There's Hertel down here. And I can tell you for certain they will not be having painting parties in their premise.
Can you look to see if you can get this information or not, whether the Savory Sips applied as a wine?
Yes, they did.
They didn't apply as a full liquor?
Correct. They were issued in January 2012 on Center Street in Lewistown, and they removed
Oh, they were removal.
moved in 2015 to Hertel
Okay.
Ave.
It's really a boutique store. I've been at that location as well. It's a little, looks like a living room almost.
And the other one you were mentioning, Hertel, was catering to high-end, and they have a 25% New York product inventory stipulation on the license.
25%.
And I believe their method of operation was high-end.
Okay.
You ready? Looking at the closest 4 stores, they all seem to be holding their own. This is going to be 1,000 square foot retail, which would make it the smallest of retail space of the 4 stores. I do have one question. Store owner, Alex Siri. No, I'm sorry. I withdraw that comment. And, looking at the neighborhood and the area that you're in, where you're proposing to be located is pretty much nestled right in between a lot of, looks like single family and maybe 2-family homes all within walking distance. I don't really see a lot of other retail around you, not that much. But I do agree that I think looking at where you're located compared to the others, I really don't see you being an impact down on Hertel Ave to the south of you. That's a few blocks away, and in Buffalo, the way this looks, that's quite a distance. So I'm willing to approve. What is your New York State product SKU? What are you proposing for that?
20% because of the space we have. So we might carry 20%.
20?
10% of the SKUs would be
Okay.
minimum.
Do I hear 25?
We'll try. We'll see
All right.
if the space can fit it.
All right.
How about minimum of 20?
Minimum of 20, we'll give you that.
So are you guys related?
No, we're friends. Yani,
College.
Friends and families have been friends for a long time. The dads, they know each other. So.
Do you have any experience in this business?
I have a retail gas station which carries just the regular, beer and wine products, and so this is something new, but we're.
Is either of your families involved in a liquor store?
We have friends that are involved in liquor stores, so.
But none of your families?
None of the families.
All right, I'll vote to approve based on the sales of the surrounding liquor stores seem to be increasing. The method of operation does appear to be significantly different than Hertel Liquors or Hertel Liquor Library, which did protest. We did receive 2 protests, one from Hertel Liquors LLC and one from Straight Up Wines and Liquors. But I'll vote to approve on public convenience and advantage, and with the stipulation 20% New York products.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, also in Buffalo, 550 Somerton Wine and Liquor Incorporated.
Good morning, my name is Andrew Wren.
What number is this, Tom?
550.
550.
It's a new one, it's not.
Oh.
So is this replacing Envy and Me?
The previous store was a liquor and wine store also. We're just taking over it and just continuing it.
First of all, is there any opposition there, Michelle?
There's no opposition present.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, we're just continuing the same liquor store from before.
When did that close?
I'm not sure.
Expired July 31st.
So it just simply wasn't renewed, that's all.
Do you have any experience in this business?
My uncle owns a liquor store, and I've worked for him for like half a year.
Where's his liquor store?
It's in Greece, Rochester.
The Asia Food Market, Inc.?
No, that's what my parents' business runs.
When did you work for him?
Over the summer last year.
You should have put that down. You didn't.
What's the name so we can look it up?
Westridge Liquor, Wine and Liquor.
Westridge Liquor.
Wine and Liquor.
Wine and Liquor.
Got it. It's Town of Greece in Rochester. It's 630 Westridge Road.
Any history?
I'm getting there. Next one over.
So while she's doing that, what are you going to do differently than the 4 stores that are within a mile of you?
I guess we're just gonna focus on like customer service and what like customers want for products.
Do you have any idea what that is?
Not specifically.
That license was issued in 2009. They had history in 2014, a sale for resale. So probably selling to a bar, store.
That's it?
Yeah, just cruise down. $1,500 fine, that's all.
Okay.
All right.
And you're going to work at this place full-time?
I'm in school right now, but every weekend and anytime I'm not in class, I'll be there.
So who else is going to be running it?
I'm gonna be hiring a manager, a cashier, and a stock.
Well, you indicated on your application that you're going to be there full-time. What year are you in school?
I have one more year.
So you're a full-time student?
Yes.
That might not be totally correct, what was in the, hang on. On his personal questionnaire, he indicated he'd be there from 1 to 9.
1 p.m. to 9, and that's,
9 p.m.
so you are going to work there 8 hours a day?
When I'm available, yes.
That's not when you're available.
Oh.
How often are you going to be there?
At least the weekends and two of the days of the week.
Why did you decide to do this now if you're a full-time student? Where did this idea come from?
I don't really know. My parents kind of like, said that I should get experience.
So they told you to go out and buy a liquor store?
They kind of bought it, and
They bought it.
yes.
Then they need to apply for the license. I deny.
Yeah, I'm voting to deny as well. I just don't think that you're prepared for this if it's really you.
The money was a gift from the parents,
Yeah.
that's all.
All right.
I mean, I don't know your parents, and there's nothing that I saw in that application that would indicate to me that they couldn't apply for the license, but the way I look at it, you're not prepared to do this as a full-time student, and they easily could apply for the license, so I don't know why they're not. Maybe they do have a reason.
Because the father owns a liquor store?
No, he owns a market.
Right.
Those,
He owns an Asian
That
food
one?
market.
right, but he said he
that a
got
liquor
he got
store?
experience at his parents' store, correct?
Oh, uncle.
Was your
Yes.
uncle's store? Okay, sorry,
Yes.
sorry, uncle. Missed that one.
Yeah, after you graduate, I'll certainly consider it, but not as a full-time student.
Okay.
Thank you.
Get your degree right now. Work on that.
The next item is 587 Hudson Avenue Pub, Inc.
Good morning, I'm Jim Bingham, a consultant for Hudson Avenue Pub, Inc., and this is Albert Jackson. We're prepared to answer any questions.
Oh, go ahead.
This place was this location was a focal point for police attention and had its license suspended. You're aware of all of that, I'm sure.
Yes.
Do you have any experience running a place like this?
Well, I worked at the Bureau for 34 years.
But you didn't work in a restaurant?
Well, I've had some experience.
I mean, I think Commissioner Ford pointed out the history of this place, but it's even more violent than he indicated. I mean, it was a significant problem for this city. Have you met with the police department about what they think about you reopening this and what kind of security measures you're going to take? Because your application indicates you're not going to have any security whatsoever.
I am going to have security.
Well, that's not what you showed. That's not what you told us.
Yeah, in lieu of the situations, they've decided that they are going to employ a full-time security in the evenings to monitor the location and provide safety for their guests.
The focus is really going to be more on emphasis of a restaurant in the community for takeout and for on premises.
What are the hours?
From 10 to 12 through the week, and from 10 until 2 on Saturday.
Fridays and
Friday and
Saturdays.
Saturday.
How many, so you said security, how many security guards and when and are you going to have them?
We're gonna have them six to 12.
On what days?
That would be during the week, and then on the weekends it would be from 10 until 2 a.m.
Do you know the guy that owns this building?
I know that my granddaughter, I'm getting it from her.
Who's your granddaughter?
Regina.
What's her name?
Regina Robinson.
She's the former licensee.
Yeah, she's the former licensee.
That's your granddaughter?
Yes.
Okay. I can't approve this. There were significant shootings here. I don't believe she's not going to have some involvement in this business. She currently owns the building, and she oversaw the restaurant when all of the stuff that went on that we talked about, and I can't believe you were even going to open it and not have security. I can't believe she would be involved in it, but it seems to be the case to me, so I'm voting to deny.
She's not gonna be involved in it.
She's too close to it, sorry.
Yeah, that was my issue, was Regetta's involvement from the past and possible future and present and future, so I'm voting to deny as well. Sorry.
Thank you.
That is the last matter in Buffalo, is that correct, Michelle?
Yes, that is.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany now. The next item is 554, Route 82 Wine and Spirits LLC.
Was that on, did we know that she was, did we know she was his granddaughter? Oh, so it wasn't even disclosed to us? What number is this, Tom?
554.
Applicable in the relationship to the prior.
He put not applicable? Okay, go ahead. Can you put your names on the record, please?
Sure. Lorenzo Angelino. I am representing both Shirelles Liquors and Shiv Liquor.
Oh, your opposition then?
Yes, we're on
Okay.
opposition. So.
Okay, and who are the other two?
I'm Mary Sabanko, owner of Shirelles Liquors.
And Jessica Svanko, owner of Shirelles Liquors.
Okay, and you are?
The principal.
Of the applicant.
Natalia Pastrigan, the owner.
You have to speak up.
Natalia Pastrigan, the owner of Route 82 Wine and Spirit.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead, sir, in Albany?
Yes. So we've put in our protest letter. It's I'm speaking on behalf of both Shirelles and Shiv Liquor, which are the two closest stores. I actually did receive a call, but it was a little too late because I had already put this opposition in, from Jennifer Toth, who is the owner of Summerlin Wines and Spirits. I just advised her to submit her own protest because I had already done this.
Where's that store located? We don't have it on here.
Yes, so Summerlin Wines and Spirits was actually missed initially, I believe, because it wasn't on the GIS system. I advised the person that was handling this initially that they were missed because they were very new and it wasn't on the GIS system. But they're only 4.4 miles away. So I believe they were sent the letter after, probably a couple weeks after we had already received everything.
Okay.
Our main opposition is basically this proposed premises is going to be 795 feet from Shirelles Liquors, 2.9 miles from Shiv Liquor. You can see from my list, there's also eight liquor stores within 5 miles. The last one is technically 5.1 miles away. LaGrange is a relatively rural and residential area, and to have this concentration of stores does not seem to be the benefit for the consumer or the public, because Route 82 is a main thoroughfare, and in every major intersection within 5 miles there's already a liquor store. So Shirelles is the main intersection between the Taconic State Parkway and Route 82. There's Shirelles. The proposed premises wants to be across the street from Shirelles. If you go to the next main intersection is Route 55 and 82, that's Shiv Liquor. If you go the other direction on 82, the next main intersection with a light and everything is where Hudson Valley Wine and Spirits is. So every main intersection in this area already has a liquor store, and the applicant wants to put a second one at this same intersection.
Now, there was a store here previously, though, correct?
That's correct.
There's actually 2 stores there previously.
With respect to the prior 2 stores, Hard Scrabble Liquors, approximately 2004, they did not. They actually ended up selling the liquor store to LaGrange Wines and Liquor in 2008, who actually appeared before this board in 2014 to request removal from the store. I watched the hearing, and the owner that was there specifically said the traffic in the current location was not significant enough to sustain his business, and he actually specifically mentioned Shirelles Liquor Store being directly across the street. Additionally, there was a brand new store opened 3 miles away, or 3.2 miles away, known as Dakota Wine and Liquors. They opened in 2013, and they were here last summer requesting removal also to the town of Poughkeepsie, the more populated area. And they specifically said the area was primarily residential, not enough traffic to sustain their store. Hudson Valley Wine and Liquor is relatively new, as well as Summerlin Wine and Spirits. These are all relatively new, all within a 5-mile radius of this proposed location.
Do you know when we opened Summerlin? Go ahead.
So, and Hudson Valley just opened too. They're all within the past.
No, I know when Hudson Valley opened. I'm trying to find out about the other one.
Summerlin's been around since 2004, maybe 2001.
Summerlin? No.
No, it's a new owner.
It's a new owner.
They may be a new owner, but the store's been there. They may have corporate changed.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically I presented some census data of the area. The population is actually projected to decrease in the area. It is mainly, like I said, residential and farmland. So if you actually drive from the proposed location to Shiv Liquor, which is Route 55, you will not pass another commercial property. It's all farmland and residential. If you go the other direction from Shirelles, which is across the street, towards Hopewell Junction, and you hit Hudson Valley Wines and Spirits, there's maybe 1 or 2 commercial, which are like landscape companies. I'm from the area as well, so I'm really familiar with this area. So as far as adding yet another liquor store to this already pretty tight group of liquor stores, we don't see any positive And actually, I point out, this would actually most likely be a detriment to the local consumers, because that would only decrease the buying power, which would decrease of the local stores, which would decrease discounts that The last thing I also wanted to note is this is a commuter area, mostly residential. There's this grocery store, not a lot of commercial. Most people do not shop in this area, so even though I do note in this zip code there's 327 households that share these liquor stores that I listed, a lot of people are shopping outside of their own zip code. For instance, when they go to the mall on Route 9, and the town of Poughkeepsie, which you know, has a lot of available stores as well that are of a larger end, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Again, my name is Natalia Pastrigan. I am the principal and 100% owner of the proposed Route 82. It's proposed to open in Lagrange Commons. Lagrange Commons is a mall that used to have A&P, and A&P Grocery was a major destination in the area that closed in 2014, causing 2 stores to surrender their licenses and move, including the owner of the premise where I intend to open. He moved to Poughkeepsie, and then ShopRite opened, and it took me.
When did ShopRite open?
2015.
And when did he move?
He moved right before that.
Didn't he move in October of this year?
Who moved?
The guy from the location she's in.
The premise was vacant throughout last year.
Oh, I'm sorry. He moved in September of 2015. Okay.
Yep.
Yes, so he basically, he moved right before ShopRite opened. Personally, it took me 4 years to find the location in New York where there would be a major booming grocery and there would be no liquor store.
Didn't you have a liquor store before?
I did, yeah.
In Westchester? In Westchester?
In Rockland and in Westchester. I
Where was
operated
it?
For 4 years. Yonkers.
And why did you only opened that one in 2013, so why did you get rid of it?
$70 rent.
How much?
70.
$70 rent?
Yes, it was a super regional, super premium shopping mall, and we counted on high revenues due to several factors that never happened. They were not able to provide customer parking.
So you got out of your lease, is what you're saying?
Yes, we got out of our lease.
Why?
It was too expensive, and when we were opening, we were expecting to have a high traffic restaurant right next to us, so that was canceled right after we opened. Instead, for half a year, there was nothing around us on both sides. Then they opened a destination maternity store, which is arguably a bad combination.
And so you just handed it in 2 months ago, or the license?
We left in December, yes, and we surrendered the license. And it's actually that was done. I owned
Why'd you
it with
pick this?
partners.
Why'd you pick this area? Because do you live in Yonkers?
No, I live in White Plains.
You live in Queens.
White Plains.
Oh, White Plains?
White Plains, yes. So
That's a good distance from LaGrange.
Yes, it is, but it is very convenient because it's on Taconic. So it's actually a direct drive for me. I get on Taconic and then I just exit. And
You didn't sell your liquor store?
No. The reason I found this location, well, first of all, like I mentioned, it is very difficult to find a place where there would be a high traffic grocery and there would be no liquor store. That's number one. Second is I was looking after 4 years in the business, I was looking at a niche. I was thinking what I could do differently. So a year ago, I went to Hudson Valley Economic Development Center, and I went through their programs that is specifically for food and beverage businesses of New York. I met with various experts, with Chef Peter Kelly, with Professor Russell Zwanka from the State University of New York, with other experts. And they basically inspired this idea in me that if I go closer to Hudson Valley, to Finger Lakes, if I am on the artery of tourism in the area, then I could do better. We already carried products of New York for 4 years, and in this location we have enough space. We have 200 feet of a sit-down area set up for presentations where we can bring distilleries and
But you're in the middle of a rural area. So
it's
I
in
don't-
Taconic, though. It's very, it's easy to access from Poughkeepsie. It's easy to access from the west side of Hudson, actually. It's on Taconic where people travel north. So we... it's actually-
So what are you telling me that you're going to provide that the store that's literally across the street from you does not apply?
Well, first of all, let me help you picture what it is like. First of all, there was a store in this premise, and this very
Yeah, but that as you've heard, that we opened another one in October of 2016, very, within 3 miles of there. So
which
that's
one
been
do you refer to?
the Hudson Valley Wine and Spirits.
Oh, sir, you were last April here when they defended their license, right? And Charles was the only objection to their license. And I have a quote. You might remember, but let me read. The attorney for the applicant from Hudson Valley Wine said, LaGrange is next town over, growing in Dutchess County, growing up in this area. They have little subsections. Hopewell is a whole different location. LaGrange is a whole different town over. They have their own clientele, excuse me. It is unique in the sense there is a big distinction between the areas. So
That
the
may
man
be, but
believed
there's one directly across the street from where you're going.
Correct.
You could
So
walk to it.
This store.
And it's farmland.
No, not.
Well,
not
it's golf
really.
courses. It is a rural area. I'm familiar with the area.
Yeah, it's in this sense, yes. But we are like Schiff's Liquor, for example, is in the same situation, right? And Schiff's Liquor is actually they I believe they said 2-something miles. Schiff's Liquor is 4 miles north on the next exit from Taconic. If you go on Route 55, it's 3.
So, I mean, is your method of operation, you think people are going to drive on the Taconic and get off to go to your store? Is that the goal here?
Let me explain to you. So it's 2,400 square feet, and it's run by me, and we have 2 full-time employees. They're both Culinary Institute graduates. One of them is a certified sommelier who has worked with me for over a year. Another one is a sommelier in training. We have been always carrying, in the businesses that I previously operated, we always focus on rated wines, 90 plus points, what you currently see in Wine Spectator and Parker. We have following. We have over 5,000 consumers in the database who come from Jersey, Connecticut, New York City to the store. So it's very important for me that while it's closer to winemaking regions, it's also accessible from Taconic when people go for vacations or when they go to the Culinary Institute, for example. So we are next to ShopRite also, and we are already planning to do local deliveries. If there are no legal barriers, we will collaborate with ShopRite because they have a fleet of trucks doing grocery deliveries in the area. I have recommendations.
Did you just say
from-
ShopRite's going to do your deliveries, or did I miss that?
I mean, they have trucks, so if we can. No, we cannot. Okay.
They can't deliver your product.
Okay, then we have our own resources to do so because we have a full-time team of 3 people.
What is his synopsis of the census numbers correct in your view, as far as what the population is in this area?
No, the population has been stable in Dutchess overall, and in particular in LaGrange town. Moreover, there's definitely a lot of new commercial development in the area on all sides, in Hopewell Junction and downtown LaGrange to the east from the area. ShopRite is a major driver of traffic, local traffic in this area. When A&P closed, definitely businesses suffered in the area, but with the new ShopRite, I believe, after watching SLA meetings throughout last year, I believe that stores in the area are actually holding their own or growing their revenues.
That's accurate. However, we did just open Hudson Valley Wine and Spirits last fall.
But
So it's
I don't know if
the opening of that store, we can't see what the effect that's going to have on the other nearby stores at this point.
Sir, I don't know if there is a legal principle of having the cake and eating it, but the man used in his defense last year the one and only reason that he believes it's far enough. It's actually 2.8 miles, and I went and checked his store. I mean, our real competitor is a store that is 20 minutes away. It's Viscount in Wappinger Falls. It's 2 towns over. That's the kind of store that we are. We have a lot of SKUs. We carry these vintage wines.
Why don't you just get a wine? Why don't you just get a wine license if that's what you want to focus on?
You mean no liquor?
I'm asking you. Keep telling me you're going to focus on 90-point wines and high-end wines, which would lead me to believe that the
not
people in
high-end.
ShopRite aren't going to be your customers if that's the case.
Uh-huh.
So why wouldn't you just get a wine license if you're focusing your business on high-end wines?
It's not high-end. It's rated wines. They're affordable.
All right, so high-end, I mean highly rated wines. Why wouldn't you
Highly
just get a
rated
wine license rather
Well,
than, because you keep talking about vineyards and how you have
Well, there
5,000 person database that you're going to sell these high-rated wines to. Why don't you get a wine license?
Well, there are lots of great distilleries also in New York. New York is having.
I'm aware of
craft-
that, but you
craft
keep
liquor.
focusing on the wines. What you want to do is you want to give me a reason to give you the license. You're focusing on the wines, and you're focusing on the fact that you're next to ShopRite. Well, you can't have it both ways, because there's a store right across the street.
But that store has different products altogether.
What and
They
so what
focus-
products are different?
They focus on mass production. They focus on non-vintage wines.
So once again, why don't you get a wine license? If you're going to focus on vintage, highly rated wines, why don't you get a wine license? And then you won't affect their business at all.
I don't mind.
You don't want that, right?
No, I don't mind that. I never thought that it would be an issue that we have liquor also. But our focus is most definitely rated wines. That's what we are known for. We have a brand for 4 years. We have people calling and ordering from other states as well, where it's allowed.
Okay.
All right.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'm ready.
And I just want to emphasize again, the first store in my premise opened in 1996. That
The
was
what?
The first store, the first liquor store, the wine store in my premise opened in 1996. That was actually a year before Charles. And throughout this time, on these two sides of Route 82, in their own respective shopping malls, they have been successfully coexisting. In fact, when I went to
But
the
they
town,
weren't. See, that's the thing. They weren't successful. We just had to move the guy because he said he wasn't successful.
But
And
it
I
was
remember
because-
him coming in here.
That's because A&P closed. That was, yeah, A&P is the anchor of the mall.
Okay.
When I went to the town to get the permits, we immediately got the permits, and the town, the clerks were excited. They immediately said, we know the place, it's been the liquor, the wine store in the area.
Okay.
And I just want to emphasize again, I went with this business plan through Small Business Administration Emerging Leaders Program. I went with Hudson Valley.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all admirable on your part. I'm not questioning your ability to run the store
just-
at all.
it's gonna
It's just
be-
because of the location that I have a problem with.
But it's going to be an asset to the community, to the business. We're going to drive new customer traffic to the
Okay,
area. We're going to
okay.
revive. The landlord says that, he's been dreaming about having the store again.
Okay, thank
So
you.
It's going to be an ongoing question whenever someone tries.
We're going to vote now. Thank you.
All right.
Can we just say something real quick?
Can I just,
No.
And we're done. Based on the failure of two previous licenses here, based on the fact that the chairman and I just granted someone a license here that opened back in October, just a few months ago, and kind of looking in the door of a store kind of like right across the street, I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. We did just license a store in October of 2016 that's 2.8 miles away. The closest store is 0.3 miles away, and as I said, this is a rural community, which means it's pretty much right across the street. The population numbers, while somewhat stable, have declined, and I just don't see any public convenience and advantage of adding another store at this point in time, and particularly until we see Hudson Valley Wine and Spirits effect on the other stores' sales, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Can I make the last remark?
Sure.
Charles is managed, is operated by the owner who is retiring. She doesn't have employees. Her daughter has a full-time job and she's not taking over the store. They put their store for sale last year.
Well, then you can buy it.
It's not priced for sale. I have the ad with me. It's not priced for sale. It's priced to block anyone from opening the store at ShopRite.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're allowed to
I
put
think
their
it's
store,
unfair
allowed
to
to
the
put their store for
community.
sale. I don't know what, that doesn't really change my mind.
With this decision, essentially, you're communicating to the business that if anyone intends to open the store where the public needs it, which is at ShopRite, they have to go across the road and they have to buy Cheryl's out. Just buy them, not their business.
I'm
has to
not
survive.
telling anybody to do that. I'm just telling you right now, I don't think there's a need for another liquor store that close.
How is it not convenient near ShopRite?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, go to New York City now, is 582, Excel Beverage LLC.
I believe there's,
God, you're all over the state, huh?
oh yeah, there's opposition.
Buffalo to Montauk.
Can we take like a 3-minute break?
Yes, we're going to, as Mr. Lynn sets up, we're going to
Yeah.
take a break.
We're back on the record with item 582.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent three of the closest stores to the applicant, Center Spirits, INC, Spirit Giant, INC, and East Moriches Wine and Liquor, INC. And the licensees are protesting this application based upon public convenience and advantage. I set up a map to indicate that in this area, there, within a 5-mile radius, there's 17 liquor stores in this area. It covers the hamlets of Shirley, Mastic Beach, Center Moriches, East Moriches, and Eastport. And they're all hamlets, which is defined as being smaller than villages. The only real village here is Mastic Beach, which is deemed as a village area. It's a very rural, rustic, and low-density populated area. More important, with regards to 8 or 9 of the stores, this applicant is on Montauk Highway. And what I did was I went over the map, and it's very interesting that 8 to 9 of the stores, the reason why I say 9 is because there's one store that's like 100 feet off Montauk Highway to the east. There are 8 stores right on Montauk Highway running from Shirley all the way through Eastport. And I have it designated with the hash lines here because when you get right to the middle, this is the applicant. You have 4 stores right here on Montauk Highway, the same avenue and street. Then you have applicant, and then you have 4 or 5 other stores. The reason why I say 4 or 5 is because this one is just a little bit off Montauk Highway, only about 100, 150 feet. So really, in essence, you have 9 stores right on the same street or avenue within a radius of 5 miles both ways. This is to the west, this is towards the east. More importantly than just the 17 liquor stores and them being on Montauk Highway is the fact that the applicant, which is in the middle of the hamlet, of Center Moriches, has 2 stores very, very close on both sides. One store on one side of the east, one side on the west. And it's on, the address is Main Street, but you have to understand that Montauk Highway coalesces with Main Street, so it continues, because again, a very rural area, it continues, changes to Main Street, and then goes back to Montauk Highway. So it is one direct link between all of these stores. The 2 stores that are in Center Moriches is Center Spirits. It's at 333 Main Street, and it's seen from the lamp site. It's 1,590 feet away towards the east, right in the middle of the hamlet. The other store is Spirit Giant at 798 Montauk Highway, being 2,735 feet to the west of the applicant. 2 stores right in the hamlet of Center Moriches, extremely close to the applicant. The next store, Anison Enterprises, is on Sunrise Highway, which is in Manorville, but in Manorville it stands way, way up. It's right at the border of Manorville and Center Moriches. And it is 1.76 miles, but if you take a drive, it takes 4 minutes to get there. I went with my client and myself to drive it, and to time it, it's only 4 minutes away, 1.76. The other stores also, it's interesting, is in Mastic, as you go along here, that's the 5th closest store, and then the 4th closest store is in 483 Main Street in East Moriches, which is right, again, not on the border, but to go from applicant to East Moriches, it's about 5-minute drive, because again, you don't go off the Montauk Highway at all. So that's as far as proximity with all the liquor stores in the area. As far as sales figures go, 3 of the 5 closest stores show decreasing sales. The third closest store, Anison Enterprises, serial number 1297300, which I had said is in Manorville, just opened 3 months ago. It was just licensed in December 21, 2016. 2,200 square foot store, about, from what I understand, 1,600 retail space. The only store that shows any increase in sales is Spirit Giant, and it really vacillates about 4% through the whole 4 years, but it did have a bump in the sales for year 2016, which I'm going to make a comment on later in the presentation. But it is the only one that did have a bump and increase in sales. As far as population and demographics, Santa Mauritius and the surrounding hamlets are all rural, low density, rustic, low populated areas in the town of Brookhaven. As I mentioned, Santa Mauritius, East Mauritius, Mastic, Shirley, Manorville, Eastport, and Mastic Beach. This area of Santa Mauritius and the contiguous area show no substantial residential, matter of fact, just about no residential or commercial construction or development. And the population and density figures for all these municipalities are annexed here too as Exhibit 5. What I wanted to impress upon the board is when the Manorville application came before the board, it was stated that there was substantial percentage increase in the population in these areas. Well, if you take a small number and you have somewhat of a half-decent increase, you get a substantial percentage. As an example, with Santa Mauritius, and all of this is a part of my Exhibit 5. You have all this information before you. You take Santa Mauritius, which I have a comparison of the census of 2000 with the census of 2010. It goes from 6,500 to 7,260. So you only had a change of 760 people within 10 years. But if you take a percentage, it shows on the website that there was an 11.0% increase in population, which really is not a true reflection of exactly what happens. It's not a showing of a gentrification in that area. Another example, and also when Manorville went on the applied to the Liquor Authority, they didn't have any figures. That application was not contested, not protested. It was stated that between 2000 and 2017, you had this kind of increase of 11.07%. However, what I did on my Exhibit 5 is I took not only the census 2010 and 2015, but in all my different hamlets, I extended that out to estimated populations for 2013, 14, and 15. The problem is that it's not that easy to get those figures. So Santa Mauritius, I was only able to get 2013, but just as an example, from 2010 to 2013, it went from 7,260 to 7,425, 160 people. But you know, that reflects something like a 10% increase. So you really can't get a true feeling of any gentrification in the area by just taking percentage. You have to get the actual number. And just as another example, East Mauritius, which is along Montauk Highway, fifth closest store, in 2000 had 4,347 people. It went up to 5,210, an increase of 870 people within 10 years. But when you look at the percentage, it's 19.95%. So it's not, again, by doing that as a percentage, you got to take it into perspective of the actual number. And I did this for all of the small hamlets. I did it for the ones all along Montauk Highway. My Exhibit 5 has the same thing for Shirley, the same thing for Mastic, the same thing for Mastic Beach, the same thing for Santa Mauritius, East Mauritius, and Eastport. And the only one that had a substantial increase was Mastic Beach. Mastic Beach had a considerable increase in population for the 2000 and 2010, and it did have, between 2010 and 2014, close to like a 15 or 18% increase. But really, that's not really relevant because Mastic Beach is way beyond even the 5 miles that I was doing as a radius. It goes all the way down south. So you don't have high gentrification. This is a rural, rustic, and also in my example 5, it sets forth density. It tells you which of the hamlets, what their density is. Every single one is a low-density hamlet. As far as demographics, again, I just want to emphasize the fact that these are all hamlets, and what is important is that and I know in the applicant's statements that he had stated that the necessity for a new store is that it's freely accessible, it has parking, and it will bring New York wines to the area. Well, if you just take the 2 closest stores in Center Moriches, Spirit Giant is in a shopping mall. It has plenty of parking. The store, Center Spirits, which was right in the middle of the hamlet of Center Moriches, does have street parking, but in addition to that, it has parking that is behind the store. It has parking near it's called Sea Cove Restaurant, which is a restaurant near there, and it also has a Costco drugstore, CVS on the side, which allows for 65 parking spaces. Sea Cove has 45, and you can see back here that there's plenty of parking in the back, and you also have your parking on both sides of the street parking. So you have plenty of parking with the 2 main stores that are in Center Moriches itself.
You have much more?
As far as supplying, one other thing, the 4 things I usually like to touch on. As far as supplying New York wines, because the applicant said that will be supplying New York wines, I have a picture of.
Why don't you just tell us what the picture shows?
All right, the picture shows that there's over about 300 SKUs of New York wines for the Spirit Giant store. The store in Center Moriches, Center Spirits, and the principals are here, has about 20% of its store New York wine. Suffice it to say that it would be a little bit foolish for a liquor store to be in the eastern part of central Long Island and not sell Long Island wines. But I just wanted to emphasize the fact that these 2 do, and I did visit East Moriches. East Moriches is a little bit smaller store, more like a boutique store, but when you come in, there's in the back end a big sign that says New York Wines. It's in the corner, and they do about 15% of their store being New York wines. So there really doesn't seem to be that this new applicant is going to supply anything new to this area. And then the final thing is I FOIL requested the application, and I saw that the applicant has no business experience, no experience in the liquor business. She was a cashier at a restaurant, a server at a restaurant first, and then a cashier at a restaurant afterwards. And, you know, we get this mantra all the time of New York wines, and we're going to be 25%. Oh, and I apologize for not saying also, the new license that was just approved that's in Manorville was required to have not just 25%, but in the application, and it was Commissioner Ford said, I'm not talking about a limit of 25%. You're going to have more than 25% of New York wines. So here we have an area of a license in Manorville that was just licensed, 3rd closest store to this applicant, that was just licensed, that we already know is going to have more than 25%. We got the 2 Center Moriches stores, one of which has.
You've made this point,
Okay.
so let's move
So
on.
you know, on the Manorville, the board also limited the retail square footage to 1,500.
Okay.
Okay.
And the only other thing with the applicant herself, you know, always the attorneys come up and they do most of the saying. I think there should be a little vetting here with regards to when the applicant does say, because it is in the application, that there's going to be New York wines and small batches. What really is she saying? You know, let the applicant herself tell us whether she's had any education in wines. Has she gone to the vineyards? Has she dealt with any of the wholesalers with the vineyards with regards to these type of wines? And the last thing that I'd like to just talk about very quickly is a letter that was received, and I don't know if the authority received this. It may have been too late, but it's from a Bill Zalakar, and he's writing in regards to Mr. Joseph Maneri, owner of Spirit Giant Discount, and he says that one of the things that has struck my attention is the dedication of marketing and customer service that they offer. Mr. Zalakar said that I am involved in the agricultural industry, being on the Brookhaven Town Board of AG Advisory and the Long Island Farm Bureau, New York State Farm Bureau, and involvement in Long Island Wine Council. I mentioned to Mr. Maneri that I just came back from Albany. We had a 1.5-hour discussion with regards to Long Island wines, and
Well, this hearing isn't about your client, so I mean, we don't,
Yeah, but-
you know, you're welcome to hand the letter up, but we don't need to go through that.
All right, but-
I don't think anyone's questioning his
No, but if
ability
you
to
want
run his
have
store.
a store that's going to give New York wines, that has expertise.
You've made that point.
And then the only other point that I'd like to make is, he's the only store that had an increase in sales, a bump in sales, and it very probably could be because of his expertise, his experience in the industry. We really don't.
Or
need
the
a-
population increase.
And I
So,
went over the
Thank you.
population.
We're going to go to the applicant now.
Oh, and just, I have to say, we have 5 letters from politicians that I supplied.
We have all of those.
Okay. All in protest.
You're still there.
I still, you can't get rid of me.
Oh, I can.
Thank
No.
Is anyone here that you're not representing want to say something? Okay. Mr. Romano?
I'm with Ms. Lee, who is the principal. Sir. Okay, the sales figures, as Mr. Lynn points out, are flat at best, not given the second closest store, which we saw the sales increase significantly. What I believe differentiates this store from the other 4 stores and the other stores in the surrounding community are a couple of things. One is its location. It is centered in a location central to a shopping strip that is 445 feet set back from the street. If you are driving along Montauk Highway, unless you are going into that center, you're never going to know her store exists. This store is really to serve and be a convenience to the shoppers at this strip. She also will be offering delivery services. Now, I had called on Monday, we had called 3 of the 4 closest. I couldn't get a hold of the 4th of Hira, but they all did not offer delivery, which I think is a very valuable service, especially to disabled and elderly in the area. It is a rural area, as Mr. Lynn had pointed out. However, the population is increasing. If you take into account 800 in one hamlet, 700 in another, if given the numbers that he stated, you still have an increase of several thousand.
Which is why we just put a store there in December. I mean, so I don't know, why do we need another one? Is it just the shopping center?
Mainly the shopping center in King Cullen, and as we know from experience, the increase in sales of a grocery store many times is directly attributed to the input of a new liquor store in the strip.
Now, she has no experience. How did, as Mr. Lynn pointed out, how did she end up in this business?
I believe you had, she did get family money.
No, I mean, but why the interest in this? She has no experience in it. Does she have any education?
Hi, I'm Yan Chen Li. I'm the application. I have no experience about the liquor industry. I work in restaurant for years, and then I think this is something new for me, and I would love to learn more.
But have you taken any steps to learn more?
Not yet.
Okay.
And we would stipulate, I've discussed this with her, and I suggested to her 25% New York product, and she actually came back and was insisting a minimum of 30% of New York product. The footage of the square footage, the footprint of the store is 1,862 feet. We'd stipulate no more than 1,000 feet would be retail.
And what, other than delivering in the shopping center, what is she going to do differently that they don't do? Because they're all carrying New York products. I don't know if they're carrying 30%, but it sounds like they're carrying a number.
It would be the convenience and advantage of really the location, the situs of the premise.
Okay. And has there been any outreach to the local electeds who are, no. The local electeds who have adamantly opposed this?
There has been outreach.
And
she's not a contributor to campaigns, so.
Oh.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. You have any questions?
No.
Okay.
You ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The closest store is in a declining sales state. We have the third closest store was literally just licensed in December, just issued in December. We have letters of opposition or concern from Edward Romaine, Town of Brookhaven Supervisor, Deputy Supervisor and Town Councilman Daniel Panico, Assemblyman, New York State Assemblyman Fred Thiel Jr., County Legislator Kate Browning, and Ken LaValle, New York State Senator. I don't know what the reason is. They're all so adamantly against it, but I'm going to go along with what they're asking us to do and deny.
I'm going to deny as well. As Commissioner Ford pointed out, the third closest store we just opened in September. We don't even know how that's going to affect the sales that are already decreasing. And the closest store, which is 0.3 miles away, we issued that license in December of 2013. So at this point, given the population numbers and the number of stores that we see on the road, as Mr. Lynn pointed out to us, I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding another one at this time. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
The next item in New York is 546, S&D Brothers, Inc.
Say that again, Tom?
546.
Got it.
This is David Roundhawa, Robert Romano again.
Do we have protesters here? No. Okay, go ahead.
We've submitted documentation to the authority indicating that the sales of the stores, surrounding stores, are mixed. However, Mr. Roundhawa is intending to open a store that will be, it's in a location that is ideally suited to commuters on and off the thruway that use the new, it's not new anymore, the Costco Home Depot Center, which is very closely situated to.
So this is right next to the Costco, or you're saying it's in the same plaza?
It's a drive. It's a minute drive. It's a 1 minute drive. But when you go to the thruway, you pass.
Right on the intersection, sir.
And Mr. Roundhawa is extremely familiar with the area, having owned businesses for many years successfully and without incident. He is a current licensee, again with a clean record, and has carefully thought out this store and is looking to do an upscale store. Will commit to minimum 20% New York product, as the mantra goes, as Mr. Lynn pointed out. But we'll commit to that. And the 19 parking spaces differentiates this from any of the other stores. In addition, the closest store is showing dismal numbers, but I say that not, normally that would be something used against us, but the operation of that store is questionable. I've personally gone in and seen empty shelves. Excuse me. The principals, I believe, are attempting to sell the store right now, and it's been up on Craigslist. I actually called, and they indicated that they're doing $2,000 a day, twice as much on.
A day?
That's what he said. On holidays, which I found, I think weekly, excuse me, 2,000 a week, and twice as much during the holiday, and does not have a lease. It is month to month. Yeah, Mr. Anawa has made a commitment to the landlord, a commitment to New Rochelle to build a discount store that does not exist in this area and doesn't serve the residents of New Rochelle, as indicated by letters of support that we have from both the mayor, the congressman, as well as the Chamber of Commerce.
Now, you mentioned in your letters that I-95 cuts off some of the stores from his store, from his proposed location?
Right there, exit 15 on from I-95.
Say that again?
Exit 15 from I-95 right there.
But some of the stores are on the other side of I-95 that are your competitors?
They're much further.
So, no, you're missing my point.
You've got two.
Which ones are on the other side?
It's the two farthest stores, if I'm not mistaken.
Union Avenue, they're the other side of I-95.
Yeah.
So they would have to go across a bridge over I-95 to get to it, or under, whatever.
Right,
Okay.
It's an underpass.
The closest one, though, is right down the street, though, on the same street, on Main Street.
This is the store that I mentioned that is on a month-to-month lease, and if you walk in, you wonder how they're even open paying the electric. And their numbers indicate
Can
that.
you send enforcement to them? Just email Joe for me?
Yeah, they're showing they're indicating to the authority roughly $30,000 a year in sales, which, given the rent over there, doesn't quite make sense. Right there, another store.
Now, he has a grocery store license right now? Convenience store or grocery store?
I run Shell station, very high-end gas station
And
on the water.
so you're going to still work there and the liquor store? Or?
All the businesses I own, they're within 1 mile range. And I get up in the morning, up there until midnight, so I'm very actively involved in my business.
You did get fined $3,000 for sale to a minor at that store, correct?
Sir, that was one of my place that one of my employees, he made a mistake.
Right, but it was on your license.
Yes.
Yes,
it
all right.
was.
So you're going to keep an eye on that?
Absolutely, sir. I'll make sure that my employees are well trained now, and we always make sure that we take particular precautions. Every time we sell a product, we verify the age. It's come automatically on the computers.
Okay.
So your retail space, you may have answered this, Counselor. What is, it's a 1,200 square feet is retail?
There is 2292 square feet, but we're going to utilize only display area for 1,200 square feet.
All right. Which makes you comparable to the second closest store.
Sir, my main idea is, I'm right on the border of Pelham.
Yeah.
I own businesses in Pelham also, and my focus will be to bring high-end products and basically organic wines.
All right.
Some very high-end to educate people with the new healthy products and host seminars, wine tastings. And actually, I have a customer base in Pelham where I spent my 15 years running business over there.
All right.
So I'm very confident. I have no intention to hurt the other end of the site.
Any other questions, Chairman?
No.
All right. Your closest competitor seems to have sales that are declining rapidly. I'm surprised that they're still in business, so there's something else going on there. Your square footage puts you about even with the second closest competitor at 1,200 square feet. You do have support from Congressman Elliot Engel, and you have support from New Rochelle Chamber of Commerce as well. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well, mostly as Commissioner Ford pointed out, I don't understand the sales of the first store. They can't be accurate, so I am actually going to have them checked out, which means the other 3 stores are 0.5, 0.7, and 0.7 miles away. The mayor is supporting your store, and I think he probably knows New Rochelle better than we do, as well as the congressman. So I see a public convenience and advantage, so I'll vote to approve with the 20% New York products that you've offered.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
100%.
Chairman, can we have 1 minute? I need to just confirm something with the sign-in sheet.
Yes.
All set? Okay. The next item is 520, so Cobweb Inc. Okay, close enough.
You're going to need an associate or something.
Which one, I'm sorry?
Robert Romano, we've submitted an offer of $6,000. A suggestion.
So my question is this a restaurant?
No, it's a club restaurant. It's a.
Is it are they licensed as a restaurant?
Hang on a minute. Tavern.
Okay. Okay, I'll accept.
No adverse history in the past 6 years, I'll accept.
Thank you.
The next item is 565, Sunset Ridge Enterprises LLC.
Robert Romano, I've submitted an offer of cancellation and bond.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Next item is 595, Statesman Geneseo LLC.
Robert Romano, I have submitted an offer of cancellation and bond. I would just ask if you would grant a several-week extension to the cancellation to happen at the third week of, at the second week of May, that it takes effect on that date.
Chairman,
when the school year.
Chairman, you may recall that this
Yeah,
was before us previously and was sent back to hearing, and now it's come back as a cancellation.
Okay.
But you also expire the end of April. So how are you going to get to
At the
May?
expiration date of the license, he will not renew it.
All right, I'll cancel and bond on April 30th.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wait.
He's got to vote.
All right, go ahead. Forget it.
It's okay.
No. Yes?
Ditto.
Thank you.
All right.
This annoying thing they call a board to me.
Have a nice day.
The next item is 572, 8 Ave Bottle Co. LLC.
Awesome.
Good afternoon, Stacy Weiss for the applicant. This is a new liquor store that'll be located at 2714 Frederick Douglass Boulevard.
So we have opposition, so why don't we let them go first, please?
Sure.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent Frederick Liquors, INC, the closest store to the applicant at 2651 8th Avenue, which is also known as 2651 Frederick Douglass Boulevard. Public convenience and advantage will not be served by licensing this applicant. There are 7 stores within 2,145 feet of applicant. I set forth the listings that are on the LAMP site with regards to those closest stores. Applicant is 2714 Frederick Douglass, which is between 144th Street and West 145th Street in Harlem. And the closest liquor store is my client, Frederick Liquors, which is at 2651 8th Avenue, which is 742 feet. There are a total of between 140th Street and 155th Street, currently 3 liquor stores that are on Frederick Douglass Boulevard. The reason why that I...
How many did you say, 3?
3 existing already. You have the Frederick Liquors. That's why I said 8th Avenue is the same as
Right.
Frederick Douglass.
So what's the third one?
151st Street Discount Liquors at 2868 8th Avenue. That's on 152nd Street.
Okay.
And I emphasize this as a corridor because from 140th, it goes all the way up to 155th Street. At 150th Street, 55th Street in Harlem, was where the old Polo Grounds was, and they cut it off, and the street ends at that location. The important thing, I think, with regards to this application is that there was a prior application disapproved in July 15, 2015, about a year and a half ago. It was the prior application of M&H Liquors at 2812 2814 Frederick Douglass Boulevard. That's between 149th Street and 150th Street. Its serial number was 1285058, and it was disapproved by the authority on July 15, 2015, for public convenience and advantage. I had done the opposition with regards to that store. There was much opposition to the application. There was a letter from the commanding officer of Police Service Area 6, which is located at 2770 Frederick Douglass Boulevard, which is between 147th Street and West 148th Street in Manhattan. PSA 1 covers 18 New York City housing developments where their effort is being to improve the quality of life for their residents. There was substantial community opposition to a new liquor store.
I did notice that, but notably, there appears to be less here. You submitted a lot of community opposition to the previous application, but including the Assembly, including the NYPD, including local business association, but I'm not seeing that now. Why?
Because I didn't have, and I was only retained about a week, 10 days before this matter was coming before the board.
So you didn't go get it, is what you mean?
No, well, it was impossible. I attempted to go. I didn't go physically to the police precinct, but I attempted on Google. They have all of the different phone numbers with regards to the Housing Bureau and the different phone numbers to call. Nobody answered the phone, and when I did get a phone call, I was sent to another extension. I did add it to my application, even though it was late, because I still think that it has relevancy. If you're to review all of these documents, they come from the Police Service Area number 6, Resident Tenants Association, the Bradhurst Merchants Area, State Assemblyman Herman Farrell, Harlem Congregation for Community Involvement, City Council William Inez Dickens. And the reason being is that they really all center around again, this Frederick Douglass Boulevard corridor, which they want to, and they emphasize that for years, especially with the Housing Bureau, PSA 6, that they've been able to reduce crime, they've been able to reduce drugs, they've been able to reduce drinking, very bad gang area within this corridor, and they all felt that adding a brand new liquor store in that area would not serve public convenience and advantage. And what was interesting is that that store was also an open store, as this applicant is going to be. And even though you have two stores that are bulletproof, my client is a bulletproof store, they still were very much concerned about, matter of fact, they were more concerned about an open store because it would bring more people in to drink than just a bulletproof store. It was just the opposite thinking of what you would think about having an open store, so it would bring more people into the area. And as far as proximity of stores...
Who's the other bulletproof store besides your client?
My client, and I'm not absolutely certain. I think it's Adam Clayton Powell, the one on the fourth store, Rock Liquors, Inc. Unity, I know at St. Nicholas Avenue is definitely an open store, and I'm pretty sure Roy Liquors, at least when I looked in it, I did walk Frederick Douglass, it appeared to me to be an open store. So those two that I do know, but Frederick Liquors the closest, and Rock I do not know. As far as one thing that's important is on 8th Avenue, you do have the three. You have one on 142nd Street, the other on 144th Street. Then you have this applicant on 145th Street, and then you have the other store on 152nd Street. So you do have that spacing around 145th, 146th Street. But what's interesting is 1 block west is St. Nicholas Avenue, and that's where Unity Liquors is, and it's only 948 feet away. And then when you go on 146th Street and you go east, you go into Adam Clayton Powell Avenue, and in that location, it's 1,005 feet away. And I know it's a little different from the numbers that were used for the lamp, but the lamp's not all that accurate. I actually used the schematic that was submitted by applicant because as I said, I was short of time, so I utilized those. So you do have, as far as proximity and closeness of stores, you do have a pretty much a saturation in that area, the very thing that the community within that 8th Avenue corridor does not want. And then as far as sales figures go, if you look at the sales figures, Frederick Liquor shows decreasing sales from 2014 with a small bump upwards in 2016. Unity Liquors, that's the one on St. Nicholas Avenue, shows a steady increase in sales for the last 4 years on the 145th Street corridor. Roy Liquors on 8th Avenue shows a significant decrease in sales. Rock Liquors has had a decrease in sales from 2013 to 2014 with a bump in year 2016. And then you have Harlem Express, which is a 1,600 square foot store, recently licensed in March 2014, shows over 830,000 in sales. That's 2 avenues east of 8th Avenue, and that appears to be taking up any of the increase in market demand that was in that area. So you do have a new store that did come in March 2014.
But that was a store since '96, right?
Not Harlem Express.
That's what I have. Is that incorrect, Jackie?
Oh, sorry. Which one was that again?
Harlem Express Wine and
I have
Liquor.
Harlem Express.
They were licensed in 2014, but it was owned, it was an
been-
existing
Oh, it
store.
was a
Since
transfer.
'96, it was a
Yeah.
transfer.
Oh, it was a
That's
transfer. I apologize. I thought it was a new store. Well, you still have it, though, that it does service more than just the area, because it's interesting that zip code for the area 10039 does extend significantly towards the east beyond just 7th Avenue, Adam Clayton Powell, and the other one, which does skew when you look at population growth as far as whether this is an area that's really developed. Population has increased, but the area really hasn't gentrified all that much. It's pretty much the exact same that it was 20 months ago when the other application did come in. That's why I said there's some relevancy there. And again, I don't know, it did not appear from the application when I did a FOIL request that the applicants have much experience in supplying either being in the liquor industry, supplying new product to this area. I don't really think that's an area that's really desirable of just New York wines, even though that's the mantra that's presently being used now. So I would ask that this application be denied and that it's really not giving this community, this area, public convenience advantage for having a new liquor store.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, only one out of the 7 closest stores that Mr. Lin mentioned is fully open. My client is going to have a fully open store. Unity is
Well,
open.
so you're saying one of the 7 within a half mile is open?
Only one. Unity is the only fully open store out of the 7 stores. One of the other stores is
So you know for a fact that Roy Liquors is bulletproof?
It's partially bulletproof, so the cashier part is bulletproof.
the cashier is fully.
And what about Harlem Express? That's bulletproof?
Yeah.
That's a huge bulletproof store.
Yeah, it's bulletproof. And one of the other stores has a turnstile or something?
Yeah, the DO, that's
Yeah,
even further down.
yeah. One of the they're all closed. The DO is like has an entrance and exit, like a turnstile type of situation going on. So that's also kind of like a bulletproof store. But they're gonna have a fully open store, he's going to be there all the time. This is Charles. I'm sorry, Charles. I got my people. John is gonna be the delivery guy, and this is
You guys related?
no.
No, I met Charles 3 or 4 years ago. He worked at Chase Bank, and my wife and I were taking care of a man who lived on the street a block away from us. And when he reached the age of 62, on the same birthday, turns out, as my wife, March 15th, we went down to Social Security, and by God, he got a Social Security payment from working in driving trucks. I opened an account with Charles at the bank.
Really?
Supervised the account and kept it, dealing with Kenny, whose brother, interestingly enough, both of them, they have a cousin working at the precinct down the block from this store, and Kenny's wife, with whom he's still not divorced, lives a block away.
So you all live in the neighborhood, is what you're saying?
I don't live in
He lives in the neighborhood for 6 years,
Yeah.
and so he helped with, he's a partner, and
Mhm.
they're partners.
Intelligent, dedicated, enthusiastic. I love him. And as he said, he's going to hire me to deliver wine on bicycles.
He's
So I
gonna-
can make the seat.
Well, you own part of the place, so I don't know that he has to hire you.
Well, I don't
But
know.
Go ahead, Ms. Weiss.
So, anyway, there's been an 8%, over an 8% increase in the population. They're right by a bus stop, right near the place. There's right across the street, there's a great anchor store. One of the largest food town markets just opened up directly across the street from them, which is the main grocery, shopping center, pharmacy in the area. As a matter of fact, Columbia University Medical School is going to be, it's a few blocks away, but they're going to be expanding, and there's going to be a necessity for new housing in the area. So that's going to open up additional housing. There's going to be people that are going to want liquor and wines. And as a matter of fact, Charles has told me that there's no place to get any decent wines in the area, that he actually has to go downtown. He wants a good bottle of wine because it's just not there. Right now in that area, you get the nips, you get small bottles, you get, I mean, it's just not the types of wines that, you know, that you want. The stores are older, they're carrying, you know, not the kind of wines that the average person would want. Right now also, the stores, most of the stores don't have any delivery. They're gonna do deliveries. They don't have websites. They're gonna do websites. They're gonna do Facebook. They're gonna have wine tastings. They're gonna carry, why don't you talk about what you're gonna carry in your store? Why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Well, first, why don't you tell me, because it seems like you had a relatively stable, if not lucrative job before. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, so I've always wanted to do something for myself. I've always had a passion for wine, just been always looking for the right opportunity. So I did a lot of research in this area. I knew a few other people that did a similar venture, and it turned out to do well for them. So I looked more into it. I've been researching this whole thing for about 2 years, from how to apply for the license and how to operate the business, traveling to different parts of the world for education about different wines. I've lived in this neighborhood for 6 years now, and that's one area that is growing, completely gentrified.
Where are you from originally?
I grew up in New Jersey, but I've been in Harlem, 2 blocks away from the proposed location. And like she said, there's nowhere in the area to get a decent bottle of wine. The stores that are there are all bulletproof. Most of the bottles don't even have prices on them. The selection is, just scarce. There's no good quality. As far as the liquor side, most of the stores don't even carry the large size bottles. Most of them are just like pints and half pints and smaller. So the liquor side that I propose to carry, there's going to be none of the small bottles. In fact, pretty much just a 750 milliliter, specialized niche products. There's a lot of New York distilleries that have some good stuff too that we're going to bring in. And yeah, so this is just 2 years of work coming together.
And also, just so you know, he's not going to carry any of the wines that Frederick has. He's not going to be, the competition with
Yeah,
Frederick
so-
will be nil.
Yeah, Frederick, 100% bulletproof. It's about 50 square feet of space you can actually stand in. They don't carry any full-size products. I will not carry one single product they offer.
And also, in addition to that, the name of the store is Wendy's. I don't know why.
It's interesting, yeah, I don't remember that.
The store's name is Wendy's?
On the outside of
On
the
the
building.
outside of the store.
Oh, well.
I don't know why it's called
We'll
Wendy's.
we'll look into that.
And also, just to his point about the opposition from the last case, I did watch the footage from that too, and that was farther up the corridor as he speaks.
Right.
So 152nd Street, that liquor store is far out of the way. No one's traveling up there. The subways are all down along 145th Street. So that entire corridor where I live, everyone travels down and goes this way. Frederick doesn't offer a selection that the people in the neighborhood want.
So you live right in this neighborhood?
2 blocks away.
Okay.
So was M&H applied for as a bulletproof store?
M&H?
You have the number, don't you, Mr.
I
Lino?
don't think that was.
Oh, is that the one,
Yeah.
that's the one you said before that was just
really
approved?
close to the other
Yeah.
store, like a few hundred feet.
Right.
200.
I got it,
Also, so you know that Unity,
Yeah, I
which
got
is,
it, I got it. I already
we
had
were
it up
talking
here.
about up on, up on the hill. Unity is like all the way up on the hill, on the other side of the park. There's a park there, the park is,
Jackie Robinson.
Jackie Robinson
It's
Park.
about like 150 feet of elevation to go
It's
up
like
that
all the way up on St. Nicholas and on the other side of the park, so it's really, and that's the other open store, and it's way far. I mean, I could show you where it is in relationship to where they would be.
And
I
how,
don't think
I think you have a
the
map of
products are
it.
going to be
Yes, I do.
completely different
Pretty far away.
Yep.
of what anybody else in the neighborhood has. Nobody has decent wine. Delivery doesn't exist. Some places downtown will do it every once in a while.
No.
But, my
It was
neighbors,
not.
everyone else,
not bulletproof?
if they're trying to buy wine, we all shop downtown because there's nowhere around to get it.
What's your square footage going to be? You have 1,400 total, what's going to be retail?
So retail, 400 is downstairs in the basement. Retail is about 800. There's office and bathroom. And then also I want to note too, that's not going to be your typical store where there's
Oh,
shelves.
Yeah, did you see
from-
the renderings?
Yes.
Well, so it's not going to be
Yeah, they have it
stocked with
960.
product from the floor to the ceiling. Actually
960.
going
It's
across
on-
the store,
they
it's going
broke
to
it
be
up.
3 shelves. So it's going to be very modern, open, descriptions of all the different wines, education. We're going to do often wine tastings. So it's not just.
And who's going to do the education, you, or you
Me,
bringing
and then I'll
somebody
hire
in?
People, the distributors also come in to do that, but we'll do them frequently because I think it's a, important part that leads to more sales and it's fun and people enjoy it. No one else in the area is doing it.
And we're gonna try to arrange trips to wineries if we can.
Just anything to get the community involved.
It's gonna be something different. He's gonna try to make it.
And where does your partner live?
I live on 62nd in Madison.
John is the money behind this, he's made it possible, and he's in Lebanon. That's a joke.
Got to keep myself busy in semi-retirement.
Okay. All right. You ready? Yeah. Based on the fact that it's going to be let me go back. I note that there's a previous opposition to the store up the street. But there's nothing here in opposition from any of these, from Assemblyman Farrell or Councilman Dickers or the Merchant Association or Harlem Congregation for Community, NYPD, no current opposition at all. This is all in opposition to a store that was denied. You'll be carrying products that are going to be completely different from your closest competitor, to quote you. All right? You're going to be offering delivery service. And on your app, you said 800, but on your application, you said 960 square feet. I wasn't trying to trip you up, I just missed that.
There's an office and a bathroom too that account for that upper level.
Okay.
So that's what the
So 800 square feet of
actual retail is.
actual retail, all right. Your two closest stores also seem to be having increasing sales, so I do believe that there is a public convenience and advantage that could be met by your presence, so I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I realize, as Commissioner Ford pointed out, there was opposition to the previous application in July of 2015 from the leaders in the community, but as was pointed out, that store is almost a half a mile away from where you're located. You are going to be an open store, which it appears of the 5 closest, there's only one open store, and that one's 0.2 miles away, and its sales have gone up significantly over the last 4 years. So I think that speaks to the convenience and advantage that you'll provide being an open store yourself. So good luck, as long as I'd keep him off the bike, though. I don't know that he should be doing bike deliveries.
Thank you,
Thank you.
gentlemen. I want you to know it's my birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
And my father's was tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Thanks. Take care. Have a good rest of your week.
The next item is 547 GDGB Incorporated.
Stacy Weiss for the applicant. This is a new liquor store located at 149-17 Jamaica Avenue. And this is Eddie. Deng Dushin, likes to be known as Eddie. And this is a new liquor store located in the heart of Jamaica.
Is there any opposition here?
I don't believe
No.
so. No, I don't believe so.
We did get a letter from Cam Chung Ho.
That store is, it's a partially bulletproof store.
Is your client's store going to be bulletproof?
Not at all.
Okay.
Totally open store. It's going to, if you'd like, I could let him talk about, a little bit about what he's going to do with his store, or if you want me to go over some.
It's your show.
Okay, well, I'll go over a little bit. This store is located in the 103 precinct where crime has gone down 50%. Population's increased significantly in the past 10 years, 17 years actually. It's increased 5% from 2000 to 2010, and 8% since 2010 to now. The four closest stores have had, 3 of the 4 closest stores have had an increase in their sales. There's been a lot of new construction, over 1,100 apartments in 4 new residential properties. There's been $170 million worth of investments by both the state and the city in new construction in the area. Let's see, what else?
So what, you have on, or whoever filled the application out indicated that it was never licensed, but the information we have was that it was formerly a restaurant wine license.
In that location?
Yeah.
I believe it was on the.
I didn't,
And that license was revoked. Were you involved in that at all, that restaurant?
Oh, no.
It was a restaurant.
I didn't even, it was a license, I really, I thought we checked that.
Just saying.
I had no idea.
No, I'm just, I mean, it is
Oh,
inconsistent.
I had no
that's
idea.
all. All
I
right.
really didn't. I thought.
How did he find this place?
Well, I live in Jamaica, first of all.
He
and
lives over
then, I was doing my research around there.
Oh, you had, yeah, what happened was he came to me with another place at one time, and I checked the lease out and everything, and he was gonna take another place, and then he decided not to, and he came back with that place, so he was checking different places. So, yes, and there was a big gap in between the 2 places.
So you work at Loco Liquors?
Yes, that is owned by my sister.
It's owned by your sister?
Yeah, my sister, and then I work there as a full-time for.
How far is that from where this place is?
It's on 212 Street, about 50 Street away, so
15,
very far,
about
yes.
15 blocks.
And do any other members of your family own liquor stores?
My sister owns it. And
How long has she had that?
Since 2014.
Do we have any?
Yeah, it was a sale to minor in 2015.
2015 sale to minor? Were you doing sales there?
2015.
Yes, so.
Were you the guy who sold in the minor? No?
I would hope not.
Yeah, it
If
was-
you were, I
yeah,
wish you would have told me if you were.
Probably should have told her that, yeah.
Minor, always check the ID to the minors, and also.
Were you there the day that? No.
And by the way,
Sale was made by a female, so I don't think it was him.
And by the way, he's about the only one that you would think we'd have to check his ID because he looks very young, but he's 31 years old.
I'm 31 years old.
He's old enough to have a liquor store. And I apologize for not checking on that store because I was unaware that that store was licensed, and I apologize for that.
So I know you self-certified this, but so I don't really have this information. Where did the financing come from?
From him.
I know. Where did he get it?
He worked. He worked.
So how much did he
Well,
put?
it was the lease.
And he's going to buy inventory. Well,
Well,
he's right now, he's a stock boy at a liquor store, so
Right,
I'm
a lot
kind
of the- a
of,
lot of
how
the-
did he save the money, I guess is what I'm
Well,
asking.
a lot of the money, they usually get a lot of it on credit when you,
So is he has a loan with a bank for this, or,
No, all this was cash, was reported to us as cash.
so it was all, so where'd you get the cash?
So it's basically the family member support, and then I have savings from my work experience, not only from the liquor store, but also.
So are they loans or a gift or what?
It was just a pure savings from my work.
No, I mean the money from your family, was that a loan or a gift, or?
It's gonna be the gift away from my family, so.
Any of that money come from your sister?
no,
Partial.
no.
And then partially from
his
my
father.
father, yes.
Father, as far as I know, right, your father?
But your sister's not going to have any ownership.
Oh,
No, she's not gonna have a.
She has nothing, no,
She already owns a local liquor, so it's gonna be a separate ownership.
Okay.
All right.
And I have business degree from Baruch College and.
From where, Baruch?
Baruch College, yes.
Oh, Barrow College.
Baruch College,
yeah, Baruch.
CUNY.
CUNY,
Okay.
Baruch,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And also have numerous work experience from liquor store.
Other than Loco, where'd you work?
I used to work a part-timer from Young Star Liquors, yeah, for 6 months.
Where's that?
It's in the Bronx. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to work there as a daily management for stocking up, cashiering.
And who owns that store, do you know? Who owns that store?
It's another.
Nobody, just somebody you know?
Yeah, somebody I don't. Yes. Also, our store will have approximately 60% of the wines on the shelf, and then 25% will be New York State locally grown wines, and about
25 of your 60% is going to be New York State wines?
Yeah, 25% of the whole wine inventory, and then about 5% will be organic wines such as Four Chimneys and the Silver Thread from upstate New York.
Okay.
So the first floor is about 1,250 square feet. How much of that is going to be retail?
About
I think you told me.
about 1,000 square feet.
About
will be
1,000.
Retail, and then back of the side would be office space.
Okay.
Right, that's what- yeah. And he's also gonna have, he wants to do some wine tasting
Yeah.
also.
We're gonna do the regular wine tastings about a couple of times in a month for the public convenience, and then, yes.
Right.
We also gonna have a website and Facebook pages on our store.
And just so you know that.
Do you know who's bulletproof around him?
You said just,
Yeah, Hose is,
just Hose Liquor Store.
Hose is the one that with the declining,
And they're the only bulletproof.
the only bulletproof. And also, just so you know, 2 of the stores are on the other side of the LIRR train tracks.
Which two?
Hose is one, and I'll tell you in a second. I have it on the map. Let's see. I have it here.
Sutphin Boulevard Liquor?
I believe
Is that
so.
the other one?
I believe it's, can't find my map. See, it's these two, right? It's up, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, they're on the other side of the train track. So there's a wall and you gotta go around. It's pretty far to get to them.
All right. You ready, Chairman? Based on your work experience, your follow-up accreditation, and ABCs of wine tasting, the closest stores seem to have sales that are modestly increasing. You have an open floor plan.
Yes.
So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. The 2 closest stores are showing increases in sales. The next store, which is 0.4 miles away, is Bulletproof, and we try to promote open stores, which you indicate your store will be open. And you've clearly gone out and gotten experience in working in this business, and definitely shown interest in it, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Good
day.
luck.
Next item is 620D, Hard 8 Restaurant Company, LLC.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo. Introduce yourself.
I'm George Rotolo.
Just not from compromise.
So is everything fixed here? Has the books and records been produced? Has the signs gone up, all of that?
Exits blocked, exits fixed, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
Next item is 487, 693 Allerton Ave Liquors Incorporated.
Good afternoon. Francis Buscemi, Mailer and Buscemi, for the licensee. This is after hearing.
I'll dismiss. You can explain to me what happened here. Do you?
So the license indicated as 21 plus. Was the license, the fake license, that good? Or something like that? I don't know, I guess can't
Where'd
answer
the buy
that.
money go?
Yeah.
Do you know?
No.
This was Mr. Mailer's case.
Oh.
All right. Dismiss.
The next items are 512, 561, 562, 563. It's all one hearing. Amir Food and Deli Corp. Not one CNC, I'm sorry.
It's on the CNC. This is an offer for cancellation in bond.
I'll accept.
This was a creative way to make a sale, I'll give them that. I'll accept.
Again, this is
Not a good way, but a creative way.
Next item is 528 Safari Beach Club, LLC.
again after hearing.
I'll dismiss charge 1.
I'm sorry, which one is this?
28.
528? Dismiss.
Thank you.
Next item is 574 Fireman Wine and Spirits Incorporated.
This is an application for a retail liquor store located at 228 Franklin Avenue in Franklin Square, New York. With me today are the principal of the applicant, Peter DiStefano, and to my right is William Pierce, who is a manager listed on the application.
Okay, we have some opposition here.
Yes.
So why don't we hear from them? Thanks.
I'm Robert Falkowski, representing K&W Liquors in Franklin Square. I've lived in Franklin Square for 31 years. I've been in the business for 18 years. This location is approximately 0.7 miles from our liquor store. The next one would be BevMax Hillside Liquors is 1 mile south of that proposed location. Also,
What's 1 mile south?
BevMax Hillside Liquors.
Okay.
Hillside Plaza.
Yeah.
And there's also J&S Spirits, which he represents, which is 0.6 miles from the proposed location.
0.4 miles.
Oh, 0.4. Excuse me.
P&S, right?
That being said, there's also altogether about 8 liquor stores within a 2-mile radius of the proposed location. This location has no advantage to the community. There's no parking lot. There's only street parking, where directly in front of the liquor store is a bus stop, so there is no parking directly in front. That being said, the street spots are shared with 3 other businesses, a barber shop, a pet store, and a embroidering store, which I am a customer of all 3. All surrounding is all residential. It'll probably cause nothing but more traffic on Franklin Avenue and the residential blocks. Just over the summer, there was another application that was denied that is 0.3 miles from this proposed location because it was not seen to be any advantage to Franklin Square or the community. I don't see anything that could be offered that me, along with the other stores, do provide, such as delivery, wine tastings, working with local organizations such as fire departments, churches, and other organizations. And that's the long and short of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You want to say anything?
Just adding on to that thing that there isn't any population increase into the Franklin Square in the last 5 years. And you guys just had approved about 18 months ago Royal Wine right on the Hampstead Turnpike, which is about 1.2 mile away from me, and that has taken a bite out of my business also.
Which one is that?
Royal Wine, which is on the Hampstead Turnpike.
Okay.
Which is about 2.5 miles away from there.
And that's one of the 8 stores within 2-mile radius is what you're talking about? Okay.
And there was also one more store just approved about a week or 2 ago, a 700 square foot store on Franklin Avenue in Valley Stream, right over the Franklin Square border, which has not opened yet, but it was approved.
Okay. What, when do you say the one that we denied was? It was last summer?
Over the summer.
Last summer.
Do we have that information, Jackie?
354 Franklin Avenue.
I'll find it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This application is for a total of a 1,200 square foot store, 900 square feet of which would be selling area. On Franklin Avenue, there's one store that's Plaza Liquors, which is a 5,000 square foot store. That store is doing approximately $1.7 million a year. Mr. DiStefano is a retired firefighter. He worked with the New York City Fire Department for 20 years. Mr. Pierce, who would be a full-time manager at the store with Mr. DiStefano, has experience. He has worked for over 20 years in the retail liquor store business, being employed lastly as a manager. He was a manager at the Westbury Liquor Store. He is a manager at another store, which is World of Wines. Mr. Pierce has studied wines. The concept of this particular store is to fill a niche. Franklin Square is a heavily populated area of Italian people. The idea is to carry wines from, and Mr. Pierce will be able to speak on this better than I will, carry wines from various different regions of Italy, as well as carrying extensive selection of Italian, aperitifs or liquors. Approximately 1/3 of displayed inventory at the store will be Italian products. In addition to that, Mr. DiStefano, having been a firefighter for over 20 years with the department, wants to start a private brand of spirits under the fireman name. The firefighters, it's a tight-knit community of people. He believes that he can provide a product which would be of interest to firefighters, many of which, he knows. There's a good substantial population of firefighters in Franklin Square itself, in addition to its being heavily Italian populated. They want to provide for internet sales to New York State residents by licensed carriers. So they would add that to the mix, as well as getting involved in, it was mentioned that was nothing going on with the fire department, but we would be looking towards the New York City Fire Department, again, many of which live out over in Franklin Square, as well as the volunteer fire departments throughout the area. There is a beer and soda distributor right down the block from us. This will be a nice complement, we believe, to that. People coming in for their beer and other beverages, and taking a look at the surrounding stores. I clocked, we've got four of the closest stores, the closest being 0.6 of a mile away. That's the P&S. It's a 3,000 square foot store, and it's showing sales of, I believe, over $1 million. Next, we have K&W, which I believe the gentleman is here today. That's a 7,500 square foot store doing sales of $4.5 million, showing increasing sales. Next would be, and that's 0.8 of a mile from us. Next, we would have a store, Prince, which, again, and I'd ask you to take note of this, Prince is on Hempstead Turnpike, which is a main thoroughfare. It's 1 mile away from us, and it's an 1,150 square foot store, which shows sales of $40,000, gross annual sales. So to me, that's just something that's not possible. And I put it in my report to you, taking it at face value and giving it a relatively high markup, a third, let's say a third across the board, taking on $40,000. That leaves them with something like a gross profit margin before paying any expenses of like $12,000 a year. It's just, it makes no sense. And if they are in fact doing $40,000, then they're just not serving the community with which they're in. The fourth closest store is Plaza. Plaza is a 5,000 square foot store doing approximately $1.7 million. And my client, and even doing those numbers, and I think Plaza is kind of flat, my client was in the store, and I mean, he was able to do a little filming on his phone, but being in the store, even doing almost $1.7 million, there is a lot of empty shelf space in that store. It's just not properly stocked.
Might have something to do with the $500,000 loss of sales he's had, though.
Right, and I mean, if you're not going to stock, you're not going to sell.
Or if you're not selling, you can't stock.
But, I mean, we have someone like K&W, which is showing an increase in sales and doing almost $4.5 million. 3 of the 4 closest stores.
What about Signature Fine Wine and Liquors?
Signature is not, I mean, again, I ran all the closest driving distances. Signature is not one of the 4 closest stores.
We have them at 1.1 miles.
1.2 miles, I clocked it, is the closest driving distance, which is outside of the 4 closest stores. And I took a look at where it's located. Signature is located 11 or 12 blocks over and down on a completely different avenue than we are. So it is a good distance away. Out of the 4 closest stores, we have 2 of them are right on Hempstead Turnpike. One of them is north of Hempstead Turnpike. We're south of Hempstead Turnpike, with only Plaza Liquors also being south of Hempstead Turnpike. Mr. DiStefano has lived in Franklin Square for over 30 years. He's very familiar with the area. He believes that what the line that he wants to carry will be something that will definitely benefit the community and be much more substantial than any of the other stores in the category, in this Italian wine category. Mr. Pierce would just like to explain some of what would be carried here.
Okay.
we're not looking just to carry the regular top brands. We're looking to do a third of our stores from low to high Italian wines, specializing in all different regions of Italy, and also doing educational seminars and wine tastings and stuff like that, as well as the internet sales. So it's not going to be just carrying the Yellowtails and Kendall Jacksons. It's going to be all different. It's going to be mostly Italian and some New York varieties. It's going to be our focus.
Okay.
And I do want to point out again, the opposition did mention, and it's right in my supporting statement, that we do intend on doing educational tastings at the store based on the regions of Italy, on a weekly to bi-weekly basis. So we will be adding that, to the mix. Again, specializing a much more extensive selection of wines that the other stores are not carrying.
Okay.
All right. One thing I didn't mention is population within the area. To get to the demographics, it was mentioned that it's decreased or hasn't increased. It's not the case. I mean, it's not skyrocketing, but it certainly shows increasing. A 2006 population within a 1.5-mile radius is over 70,000 people. That's projected to continue to increase over the next 5 years. With regard to household income, it's showing household income of almost $117,000, with a median age in that area of the age of 42. So we believe that the demographics and our method of operation that we are proposing would add public convenience and advantage. If you take a look at the map, which I provided as my last exhibit in my statement, you can see the spread of stores, and I think it's spread out nicely. As I said, I mean, where there's only us and one other store plaza south of Hempstead Turnpike.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
PNS, did you open in December of 2013?
No, we had purchased it in 2013 May.
May of 2000, you bought the store. And how long was it a store before that?
I believe it was for what, 12 years before.
Okay, thank you. And did we find out
I
what?
did find the one that was disapproved, but the disapproval was October 2015, and the location was at 350 Franklin Avenue, 0.3 miles away from this location.
And it was what month?
October 2015 is the one I had. It was a 1,500 square foot retail store.
Because we just approved the other one.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that one was issued in 12.
No reason, but it just that there was,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
And, sir, from K&W, when did you open?
September of 19.
Okay. You ready? I looked at this in terms of how it's situated, where you're located, the community surrounding area around you. It seems to me that P&S and Prince Liquor are on Hempstead Turnpike. Looks like a pretty heavily traveled east-west corridor. And at the other extremes, you have K&W at the north end of Franklin, and at the other end, Plaza Liquor. I kind of see this one location here kind of sort of perfectly situated and nestled amongst neighborhoods that might be served by public convenience and advantage, and not having to drive. You don't have a lot of parking there. But I see that people that you might be serving might actually be walking to you. So I think that there is a public convenience and advantage, and I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny. We just denied a license on Franklin, at 350 Franklin, in October of 2015, and right around that same time, we just granted a license in December of 2015, which is Signature Wine and Fitness, or Signature's Fine Wines and Liquors. And so they've only been open a year and a half, or I guess, no, it would be, yeah, about it, not even a year and a half at this point. I can't tell what effect they're going to have on the sales of the surrounding liquor stores, and many of the four closest are showing declining sales, including the closest at 864 Hempstead, which is PNS Spirits Corp., and it's 0.6 miles away. And then, as you pointed out, BevMax has shown a significant decrease. They were at 2.18 million in 2014, and now they're down to 1.6 million. So, and they're clearly going to be affected by Signature Fine Wines opening as well. So at this point, I think your idea is good. I don't have a problem with you or your manager. I just don't think that this is the place to do it. So I'm going to deny.
All right, the next item is 551, Bershava LTD.
This is a removal application.
Is there opposition here? So my only question is, why is she moving?
Her lease expired about a year plus ago. Landlord won't renew it.
Won't renew it?
It's not renew. It's a landlord came in about 4 or 5 years ago, a new landlord, new building owner, and just lease is not being renewed. Been a month to month for over a year and a half now. They're moving from 8321 20th Avenue to 8014 20th Avenue.
Which is under a quarter mile.
Yeah, it's 1,050 feet, the removal. The existing store where they're in now is a total of 1,245 square feet, a 255 square foot first floor and a 990 square foot basement. The new store would be a total of 400 square feet on the first floor with 300 feet of selling space and a 400-foot basement. So overall, the actual size of the store is decreasing slightly. Also,
Okay, do you have any questions?
I'm looking for
Oh,
it.
go ahead then.
Can't find it.
moving further away from all of the existing stores in the area surrounding the store, except the store located at 7506 18th Avenue. That is 0.7 miles from this store. It will then be 0.5 miles. That store is a 2,500 square foot store.
All right, I mean, you don't have to go through all this. So we do have one protest, and I think the protester either misunderstood what's happening here, because the letter indicates they think this is a new liquor store, and given how far you're moving, this is one of her competitors now. You're not moving into this person's location. Why did the lease end if she's only been open since 2011, right?
No.
Oh, how long have you been there?
She's been open for over 11 years
Oh, okay.
with a perfect record.
All right, so based on the sales of the surrounding stores and the fact that you are only moving 1,000 feet into a smaller location, I believe that there's a public convenience and advantage, so I'll vote to approve.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Oh, we got a vote. We got another vote.
I vote to approve as well. That's all right.
He voted to approve. Thank you.
All right, and the next item is 540, JSRK Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Looks like she accepted change in there, in the last one.
Oh, so the lease continued.
Why do I not have this one either? Oh, 540. Oh, there it was. I had it, Jackie.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant.
It happens.
Do we have any opposition? You're protesting? Okay, why don't we let him go first, Mr. Seidman?
Why not?
Where are you from?
Holbrook.
No, what's your store?
Zhang Liquor Store.
And what's your name?
Queen Zhang.
Zhang Liquor Store on 5801
Yes.
Sunrise Highway? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're here, the store close to the new application. The location not even 1 mile away from us. So we are protecting because they already have more than 10 retail stores around 2 to 3 miles, including Holbrook Liquor next to the Costco. It's only 0.7 mile away from my store. And my store gross sale is has decreased from the 2015. And then I strongly protesting to issue a new license in that area. I wish that you could consider the fact of throwing while reviewing a location built by JSRK Wine and Liquor. Your consultation is ready.
Thank you.
Represent the applicant in this applicant. My client is the daughter of a merchant family. Her father is the owner of a packaged liquor store in the Islip area and a 7-Eleven convenience store. Her mother is also the owner of a packaged liquor store in the Islip area. My client, through high school, college, and now, has only been employed by her family, and she's employed by her mother now. She has experience in this particular business, and in fact, her parents are away now, and she is managing both liquors for a short period of time. They had to go to India and family business. She is currently managing 2 liquor stores and a 7-Eleven.
Who is with her here?
Landlord.
Oh, okay.
The location of this applicant is on Sunrise Highway. The nearest competitor came here and spoke. Now, please understand that Mr. the Zhang store is across 10 lines of traffic. Sunrise Highway is I would say one of the busiest highways in the state, and particular in Long Island. And it is true that it's slightly less than 1,000 feet away, but from a pedestrian point of view, no one's going to go across 10 lanes of traffic to buy a bottle of wine.
How many people are walking along Sunrise Highway?
Very few.
That's what I thought.
Hardly any.
Right.
The location of Mr. Zhang's store is in a enclosed mall. And it's not, that particular mall is not doing that well. In fact, if my client...
When you say enclosed mall, you mean a strip mall or a...
Physically.
So a shopping mall?
Exactly.
It's inside. All the store's entrances are inside?
Yes.
That's not what your picture looks like.
No, he's saying, that's your store, correct?
Oh,
You're
your
in a
store,
shopping mall?
All right.
Okay.
The area where my client would want to go is the busiest shopping area in Sayville. It's busier than downtown Sayville, where there are 2 stores. And there are the area over here, even though it's not enclosed, and it's not one mall, it's 6 blocks of stores and businesses without a liquor store. You could go there, you could buy a pound of butter, 2 sirloin steaks, buy a car, get insured by Allstate.
Who are you buying the steaks from?
Target. They got a supermarket inside.
I don't see Target in the small, at least at what you handed me.
Yes, it is.
Who's it? You see Target? Oh, I must be looking at the wrong diagram. Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
You could go to you could see an off-Broadway show, far off-Broadway. They have a legitimate theater there, and if you hurt your back, you could get it rehabilitated. But you cannot buy a bottle of wine. This is the busiest shopping area in Sayville, busier than downtown Sayville, busier, and although it's not in Sayville, Mr. Zhang's store is across the street. It's busier than that. It's 6 long blocks of stores with adequate parking. Just the Target shop parking lot is around 700
But you keep
cars.
talking about Target. I'm looking at the diagram that you handed in. Is that all the same shop? I see avenues and drives going between Target and the store you're talking about. Are they in different plazas?
No. It's not a different plaza. It's one long area along the street. Yes, there are streets going in.
Yeah,
No question.
Target does not share a parking lot with your client's store.
I didn't say they did. I said in the area, there's just enough parking in Target for people to walk to all the other stores.
Okay.
My client would like to speak.
Yeah.
May she?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, basically based off on everything he said, the Target, yeah, I understand, it's technically not in that same parking spot, but it's a walking distance down that, it opened up a year ago and it's doing extremely well. I want to open up a liquor store because I have the internal mechanics, like learning from my parents on how to do it. And I feel like it'd be a great way to like promote Long Island wines, New York State liquor, and just like imported wines and liquors from different countries too. The plaza I was in, like the store right next door is a Verizon, and that actually came from the mall across where the Zen liquor store is, because they just said that they weren't getting enough commercial traffic or there weren't enough customers in that area, so they moved here to the current plaza where I'm hoping to open up a store. There's also a 7-Eleven, which is heavily populated, and the plaza has like my plaza itself has 220 parking spots, so there's a huge amount of parking. It's on going east towards the Hamptons. It's like very convenient route that people take, and it's eastbound, so it's right on the way, heading home from work, going towards the Hamptons. Additionally, there's a huge residential area right behind the plaza, which I would be hoping to tap into for clientele.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any way to get to your store from the other side, from Sunrise Highway West, if someone's going there? How would you do that?
Into the mic.
To the mic, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm actually located at a really convenient area where the crossover from both sides is to the right of my store.
So you could do a U-turn right there.
Yeah, it's actually really convenient. And right across that median is like a supermarket. Also, the Target has a supermarket within. There's like a bowling alley. So it's very popular.
And Mr. Simon, you don't have to get up, I can hear you, but what's the population, if you know numbers? Are they increasing, decreasing?
What was that, the year increase?
Okay.
You're talking about Sayville itself, you have an income per residence of in excess of $100,000. It's not a poor area. And it's an area that's not being, this particular shopping area is not being serviced.
Okay. You ready?
The landlord here would like to say a few words, if you don't mind.
I don't need to hear from him, do you?
No,
No?
no.
I appreciate him coming.
I see the two closest stores are having declining sales. And it's not that I don't think that this is an absolutely great location, but I'm not sure that there's a public need for it, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. Like Commissioner Ford said, I think you're obviously a great candidate. The spot is probably a tremendous spot, but given the sales numbers of all the closest stores, the three closest stores are all showing decreases in sales. And I'm taking his store kind of out of the mix because he is inside a mall that may not be doing well on its own. But the other two stores that are nearby are also not doing well. Michael's Wine and Liquors and Holbrook Liquors have both shown decreases over the last 3 years. So based on that, I don't see any public convenience and advantage at this point in time.
Which store in Holbrook, I'm sorry, which store in Holbrook would it be?
Holbrook Liquors. They went from 16.7 million in 2013, they're down to 15.2 million.
I don't think that's really a depression.
But when you take all the stores into consideration, they've all shown a decrease in sales.
You take the
And
one
there's
right-
significant decreases.
Right in Sayville, one store lost $6,000 in sales, and the other one gained over $190,000 in sales. I don't really, and when you're talking about a $16 million to a $15 million store, you're not really speaking of a hardship to anyone.
He went down 1.5 million, though. That's a significant amount of money to anybody.
Over how many over how many years?
3 years. And then, I just don't see the need based on the sales numbers at this point in time. So I deny.
All right. The next item is 553, DRI Collective LLC.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley. Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman. With me is Ryan Virag. He's one of the principals of the new OP application that's before you. We got notice that it was called up because the prior licensee, who's also the owner of the building, had a license canceled in a CNC. Happy to answer any questions. There's no connection between Mr. Virag and his associates and the landlord, other than the fact that they're the landlord. It's a flat lease agreement. There's no percentage rent. The money's all coming from us. There's no overlap in the management between the prior store licensee and the proposed.
So how did he find this place?
Through a broker. There really is no connection.
And he's going to be a restaurant or just a tavern?
Restaurant bar.
And the community board had no issue?
Community board approved, yeah.
And did they have any stipulations or?
4 a.m. hours.
That's what I was going to ask. What are his hours? He wants 4 a.m.?
Yeah, and I have the CB resolution on my phone. It was like, they were fine with 4 a.m. And they didn't, and their resolution was, we was not, we don't oppose, it was we approve.
Where's the rest of his partners? Are they here too?
They're not here, but bringing you one would be enough.
Which one is he?
He's Mr. Virag, Ryan Virag. And I recognize that his name sounds similar to the landlord's names, but
It did, yeah.
but there is no connection. Same letters, different arrangement, and no connection.
What about the former licensee Elizabeth Jane Berga?
Again, a landlord. So there's two landlords, and we disclose that on the landlord ID form. It's the two Vergas, Kathy and Jane. We don't know them. Mr. Virag's actually never met them. This was all done through a broker.
All right.
There's
Just
no-
making sure there wasn't a typo there, just.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, and that's what I thought may have been one of
Max,
the
do you want to
issues.
send me that community board? Because we didn't receive anything from them.
Okay, sure. Yeah, this is CB4 Brooklyn. I'll send it to you now. And I have it pulled up on my phone. Their hours are Monday to Friday, 12 p.m. to 4 a.m., Saturday, Sunday, 9 a.m. to 4 a.m.
And you never worked at this place? And are you the one who lives in Woodstock?
Yes.
So you're commuting from Woodstock?
No, I also keep a residence in Sunset.
Okay. And no DJ, no dancing? And recorded music? No live music?
No live music.
No outdoor space? Okay.
Maximum occupancy is what, 74?
74.
All right.
I just sent it.
Okay. I'll approve.
I'll approve as well.
But no DJ, no live music,
No dancing.
no dancing, and no promoters or, and you're gonna have food all the time? Okay. So the food doesn't have to be a stipulation, because that's the law, but the other ones are
Yeah,
stipulations.
yeah.
Okay, good luck.
All right, before I call the next item, is anybody here in opposition to the Avant Gardner application? All right, the next item is 510 Southampton LLC.
Good afternoon again, Max Bookman. This is a conditional no contest offer of $20,000. I recognize that the NOP in this case is a bit of an eye raiser. I would just note that the 4 sales to minor all occurred on the same date within 16 minutes of each other, very early on in the premise's lifetime. There was, without a doubt, a disconnect at that night as to how IDs were being checked. The people at the door thought the people at the bar were checking IDs. The people at the bar thought the people at the door were checking IDs. And so there could have been 40 sales to minor that night. Seems they just stopped at 4. But again, it was an issue with, they certainly had issues early on in their lifetime. Those have all been corrected. The building code issues that were, I've been told by local counsel out there that all the building code issues that were, again, very early on in the premise's lifetime have been cured, have been settled with the town. And you know that they've stayed true to their settlements with the town because there have been no further issues since then. This was all.
All right, but here's my issue besides the behavior, is they told us they were going to be a restaurant.
Right.
Yes.
That's clearly not what they are.
Well.
So unless they want to go back to being what they're supposed to be, I'm not taking 20,000. I'm going to cancel and bond.
Well, they did go back to what they were supposed
Well,
to
do they
be.
still have a DJ?
No, and we know that because, and again, I'm told by local counsel, and he was going to be here for the for the originally scheduled meeting, but because of the change in time, he's now committed today, that as a stipulation of settlement of all of the local issues with the town, which also had to do with the fact of having a DJ, the town came back and re-inspected and came to the premises on several subsequent occasions and were satisfied that there was no longer a DJ. They will not be a nightclub anymore. I mean, and I think that we're not denying the fact that they had problems early on and that they did wrong. And I think the $20,000 in a settlement is an appropriate penalty in light of that.
Well, I mean, it may be. I don't know at this point what's appropriate, but here's the problem. They came in here, and I believe it came to the full board, right? Or was this a board, licensing board?
It was licensing board.
So they told the licensing board they're going to be a restaurant, and you've just acknowledged they clearly weren't. My problem is they told the licensing board in June that they were going to be a restaurant. All of these things are in July. That, to me, tells me they had no intention of being a restaurant, ever. So why do I need to give them a second chance when they came in here, blatantly lied because they knew they probably weren't going to get the approval for a nightclub, not in here, but they went to the licensing board, or they weren't going to get the community support?
Bringing in the big guns, Mr. Chairman.
I was going to go tell them to sit down myself, so you can tell them if you want. I'm asking you why. I mean, what am I supposed to do with this? I mean, the way this place operates, and you know this as well as I do, that if the people are going to come in here and lie to us about what they're going to do, it makes it very hard for us to actually do the.
I understand your concern, Mr. Chairman, and the answer to that is that they were always a restaurant in part. They always had a full kitchen, always had a full menu, always had tables and chairs with people eating there. Granted, they allowed it to morph into a nightclub at night, which is a problem. But they did not blatantly lie to you. It was more of an issue with the way they, sort of early growing pains with this premises. This was all early on. And they allowed it to morph into a nightclub at night, but I don't think it was one of these cases where they never intended to be a restaurant. They always had a full kitchen with a full menu, with restaurant service, with food, and it became a nightclub at night. They've since stopped that. The town has been satisfied that they've stopped that, and I think they ought to be penalized for it.
Do you have anything that shows that the town is satisfied? Because I get a lot of complaints from this town about a lot of different places out there. So it's really hard for me to answer to them why I would give this place a license again. If they support it, then I probably would accept it, but I need something.
I have nothing from the town expressly saying that they support this, but what I do have is that you have not gotten complaints and you have not gotten police referrals from the town.
Well, we're not in summer yet. I mean, you know when this is going to happen, just when this happened.
Well, sure, but...
And that's when I'm sitting on the beach somewhere and I get a phone call from Southampton Police Department going, why are you guys not doing anything? I don't tell them I'm at the beach.
Sure, no, and I don't want them calling you at the beach, Mr. Chairman. If you look at the NOP, the most recent date on the charges is July. The summer lasted all through August, September, into the fall, and you haven't gotten any issues from them since. And they have cured these issues.
You said the latest date on the charges is July. I see one from 9/01/16. Am I missing something?
That's the DJ.
You put 9/01/16. That's the date that you send out the amended NOP. That was the date of the amended NOP. The most recent date is July. Whenever you guys do it,
most of them. I mean, I will grant that most of them look like they're July 4th.
Yeah, sure. Well, when you guys usually.
All right, where are you on this? Well, I'm looking at this. License was issued June 14th, and there's violations before that.
They weren't a temporary.
Oh, as a temporary. Okay,
which is even smarter.
All right.
I'll take 30.
Yeah, it seems these guys didn't morph into a nightclub. They took off as one. So I'll agree with the chairman, 30.
All right, I do have authority to accept 30.
All right.
So that means you do accept 30?
Yes.
Because you have the authority. You didn't say I accept 30.
No tricks, Mr. Chairman. I accept 30.
The big guns are behind you, so make sure you get this right. All right.
30 it is.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The next two items are 578 and 579, Sushi Nakazawa LLC.
You should get a piece of that, man.
Which ones are those? You got us
578.
578.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
My name is Reed Rosen, for the applicant. I believe
So
there's-
hold it, just 1 second, I'm sorry. We're doing 578 and 579?
It's the same
They're
licensee.
connected.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Reed Rosen for the applicant. I believe there is opposition.
Okay. And you are?
This is,
No, I know who he is, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Paisley. I'm a community resident, and I'm here in opposition representing the community.
Paisley?
P-A-S-L-E-Y,
P-A-S-L-E-Y, okay.
and I live in the neighborhood.
So what I would ask, Ms. Paisley, just simply because we did get a significant amount of submissions in opposition.
Including mine,
Right,
yes.
so I would ask you just not to repeat that because it's all been read And if you have something to add to that, you're welcome to do it, but I don't need to go through. I'm aware of the violations, I'm aware of all of that.
All right, I appreciate that. I don't want to take up your time. I think you are aware of the Landmarks Commission violation,
Yes.
which there has been no move to correct. There is a sanitation violation that may not be in your record for, what do they call it, a storm enclosure blocking the sidewalk, which is not a big deal unless you happen to be in a wheelchair, otherwise handicapped. And on Friday of last week, there was a buildings violation issued. This is with regard to the renovation. Removal of a fire rate barrier wall between two commercial spaces to enlarge the restaurant, contrary to approved plans. I can hand this up if you like.
Sure.
There's several copies. It's just one page.
We only need 2. You can take these back if you want. Oh, we'll take 3.
As many as you like.
Actually, can I have a copy, please? Just up in the-
Certainly.
Yes, we need 4, sorry.
No more?
Sure, why not?
One more?
I got it, thank you.
Well, I'll just skip to the chase. We don't see any public benefit here from the fact that these people have a good restaurant review. There are plenty of high-end sushi places in the city, even in the neighborhood, although this is not walk-in business. You come in your limo. And I will ask you to follow the recommendation of your hearing examiner, who says the alleged conduct clearly overrides whatever public interest was created by operation of the restaurant, reflects on the character of the applicant's principal, and calls into question his ability to act as a responsible licensee. I would urge you to follow his recommendation, that's the recommendation of the examiner, to deny the upgrade entirely and to put off the application for the extension into the adjoining premises until all of the pending violations are cleared up. And I must say, given what's happened so far, I'm sorry to say that I believe that is the only way these violations will get cleared. Because if you approve the application without that, maybe I'm cynical, I just don't think anything will happen.
Well, what, are you in communication with the Landmarks Commission or with the city regarding the violations?
No, I am not.
Is the community board, to your knowledge?
I believe they are, yes.
What is this, I know they haven't been cleared up. What's the status of them? Because it seems like they've already been confirmed. Have they been fined?
The sanitation is issuing fines. They have.
No, I'm not worried about sanitation, but I'm worried about obviously they changed the front of the building.
Right.
Without permission. They did significant renovations without permits. Based on what I've read, it seems like that the city is aware of it, and they've issued violations, correct?
That's correct.
And they're all pending?
They're all pending as far as I'm aware. The city has limited ability and resources to do further enforcement.
Well, what enforcement would they do? Can't they just fine them per day that it's not fixed?
It's a cost of doing business in some people's eyes.
Okay. I mean, because we're not in the job of enforcing the New York City Buildings Department's violations. That's not.
I understand that, but you are in the business of issuing licenses. These licenses are privileged.
No, we're talking about 2 different issues. I'm focusing right now on the alteration, not the liquor license.
Fine.
I understand your point in the liquor license, and that's a different issue. What I'm trying to point out is that if all these violations, if all this construction was done illegally, which the allegations would indicate that it was, the city is still letting them operate in, even if they're not selling liquor in that area, they are clearly selling food, correct?
So I'm told. I have not been in the premises.
So my point is that the city's allowing that to continue, and it's not my job to stop them. They're the ones who filed the violations, they're the ones who need to enforce them. But that's just what I'm, so you're not in contact with them, I understand that. Well, is there anybody else here in opposition? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant now. Thank you. And if you need to speak after he does, feel free to come back up.
A lot of it is in the record. I don't want to duplicate.
Well, he may say something different, who knows?
You want to speak first? No, it's up to you. Okay.
So before we get to the full liquor license, can you explain to me what went on here?
I can explain it.
Speaking to the mic.
I'm Alessandro Borgognone, the owner of
Speak to the mic.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you. All right.
I'm Alessandro Borgognone, the owner of Sushi Nakazawa. Back in, I would say, at the very late stages of 2015, I'm sorry, we opened up in 2013 in the adjacent store that the young lady was speaking about that we just did prior work to. So what happened was we were there in 2013, we outgrew the space. Not that we outgrew the space, because we really didn't change the capacity of the space. We just made it a teensy bit more luxurious, and we wanted a waiting area for some of our guests instead of telling, because the location that we're in now is extremely small. So when people would come in, we would say, you have a 7:15, can you wait outside, or can you go down the block and have a cocktail and then come back at 7:15? So we had the opportunity, considering that the business alongside of the business that we had in 2013 was going out of business. They ended up moving. So we ended up taking it really at December 2015 to January 2016. Now, with that being said, is when we started doing minor work within the interior of the space. This building was built in 1910. If you looked
So explain to me what minor work is. You're going to go through a wall, right?
We're talking about wallpaper, putting in a bar, bringing in.
No, but they
furniture.
weren't going to be two separate locations. You were going to.
There wasn't going to be two separate.
So you were
locations.
going through a wall.
It was a wall that we were going
In
through.
a.
Correct.
On a street that you're fully aware is a historical district.
Correct.
And you didn't think you needed to go to the city first.
But within the wall, inside the two spaces?
Yeah.
Those two spaces were already adjoining from the very, very beginning. That one space was always one.
But that's so you're telling me that's a minor alteration. Okay.
So what we decided to do while we were going forward, the actual storefront itself was already collapsing. The glass was broken. They never fixed it. The prior tenants to that. And I absolutely take responsibility for doing something that I should have probably went to the landmarks, but you know how landmarks works. By the time they get to it, it's about a year from now. I don't want that in my hand. You know how many kids, how many people live in that building and how many children play in front of my store? The glass is broke.
But you didn't even tell them.
I'm sorry?
You didn't even tell them.
I didn't. And it was my mistake.
I mean, see, I'm reading all of this.
But it was my mistake for not
No, I
saying
get
and
it's your
acting on my
mistake,
own.
but I'm reading the materials that we have, and I understand your restaurant is apparently a wonderful restaurant to go to.
I appreciate
But
that. Thank you.
You chose this street to have it on, and even I know that you don't just start knocking walls down on Commerce Street in the middle of Greenwich Village. No, I know, but the fact of the matter is that you have to be, you should have, I believe you probably were aware that you shouldn't have been doing this stuff without telling them
I
because
wasn't
of,
aware of all the specifics.
but because of the delay, you didn't want the delay. I get it, and that's what they do. I know that. But at the end of the day, that's why they're there.
But those delays, at the end of the day, have been basically dealt with.
Well, that's my next question.
We're at landmarks. Here is a total package. We're at stage 2 of approvals, from what we did to the storefront to what we did inside to basically
So how many violations are still?
There's no violations, and there's no pending violations at the moment. We haven't been fined.
They never violated you for any
We
of
haven't
it?
been fined. So we haven't.
No,
paid a
but they didn't write a violation for any of it?
3 violations for landmarks that would be.
And that's for the front of the building?
For the front.
But it's your claim that you did that for safety's sake? Is that what you're
Not my
saying?
claim. That's what really happened. What happened was the glass was already broken. It was coming apart. on the other storefront.
But you put the windows in without consulting them?
Correct.
Okay.
I put the windows in, and the violation that I have now is, as you can see, if you went back to landmarks, I changed it to a regular glass pane window, which should be a prism window, which is representative of 1920s, which we're at this point in time, everything is being approved, and we're outsourcing that. The other violation was what?
There was an awning.
The awning is being changed. Instead of having it, the awning is approved and being changed. So instead of having it a foot longer than it is, I have to cut it down, and it's a new awning. That's being done.
You have any photographs of anything?
I have everything here.
I wouldn't mind seeing them.
Yeah, please. And you can see actually what landmarks approved and what they want from the changes. So
This is the only set.
this is the only set. I'm sorry, I just had it done from the architect. So this is the actual storefront, right? So this is how it is. Okay, so on landmarks approval, what they're looking for us to do now is take a look at these two storefronts. They're very, very similar. All right. So the change to go. All right. So this is how the storefronts were originally. So we have, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Okay. Looked like that, we changed it into that, right? That was prior, okay? Because it looked and it resembled exactly the storefront that we had alongside of it. So what Landmarks wants us to do now, let me see if it's this one. It's exactly like this. So Landmarks wants us to replicate exactly what we have here on this side with the, with the molding and basically the prism windows that are going only on top, prism windows on top, and molding, and that's it. And we have to basically change the color of the granite outside.
Okay.
And we're there. But this is the whole package that was submitted.
So the violations, whatever they were, are cleared up, and this is all about to be approved?
It's all about to be approved, and that could be looked into from Landmarks. Listen, guys.
No, you got to get back to the microphone. Thank you.
If I may add, I have spoken with Peter Rossetto, who is the architect and who has filed the plans and has met with Landmarks, with my client. Mr. Rossetto has advised me that Landmarks has advised him that on the basis or a review of the underlying violations and the subsequent work done by my client diligently and earnestly and an apology, that there will be no community board involvement and there will be no public hearing in this matter, that the matter will be resolved very shortly and it will be deemed satisfied by Landmarks.
Mr. Chairman, I made the mistake of going forward and doing work, correct, to the space. But I'm also taking responsibility for it and fixing all these mistakes that I've made. It just, I didn't put up a wall and said, you know what, screw it, I'll take a violation.
And then what?
I'm there at Landmarks.
What are we doing? What are you doing about the sanitation issues? Is that that she mentioned?
There is no sanitation issues. When we built the restaurant in 2013, we created a refrigeration storage department. Number one, the sanitation that we get, we order on a daily basis. We don't order 2,000 pounds of fish. So everything comes in on a daily basis. The majority of stuff is bottles of wine that would go in a bag and a whole bunch of styrofoam cases. That all gets stored. In the interim of during food, during service when we're open, it goes into a refrigerated storage unit. At the end of the night, we bring it out at 12:30 at night. The restaurant closes every night at 12 o'clock. So there's, and we bring it out. So by the time they're done cleaning at 1 o'clock in the morning, they bring it out. The same sanitation company that picks up me picks up the guy in the corner and the other two stores that have more garbage than me.
At what time?
At the same time. In their route. I think the route is at 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning, 4 o'clock. That's usually what time these private sanitation companies, private calling companies pick up.
Okay.
I can also address Ms. Paisley's comment regarding Administrative Law Judge DeLulio's recommendations. I believe that Judge DeLulio strongly recommended that the alteration application be approved.
When you speak about great restaurants, so like I could correct her a teensy bit because she's absolutely wrong on a certain thing. You're right, I have a great restaurant. This is the first 4-star restaurant, first 3 Michelin star restaurant in the West Village. We take great pride in what we do. We truly do. And we continue. Like this evening, just to give you an idea, I have the president's kids coming in. What do I do? They turn around.
You want me to comment on that?
We had the Prime Minister of Japan when he was in here. We had the Prime Minister of Japan. At the end of the night, he turned around to me and goes, everything was fantastic. You think
I'm sure.
You think we could have a scotch?
I don't think
My
any.
restaurant is not a bar restaurant that you would walk in and we have people fluttering.
No,
in the street.
I get what you're saying, and I'm sure it is by all indications a very, very good restaurant. But once again, you chose this area to put it, and there's plenty of places you could have done the same thing. And you know as well as I do that if you are this good, which you seem to be, you could have put it in the Bronx, and they would have come.
I have a restaurant in the Bronx. I don't think so.
Well, what, is it this good?
It's good, but not this good.
Right.
Chairman, are we still addressing the alteration?
Yeah. Yes, that's all I'm thinking about right now. But all right, are you have any other questions on the alteration?
No.
But these alterations are being addressed and they're being taken care of in a timely fashion.
So here's what I'm willing to do is once you can, and Jack, you correct me if I can't do this, is to make this approval conditional on the landmark approval.
Chairman, before we go any further, do you mind if I say something?
I just want to see if I can do this.
Well, it's what proof that the landmark, that.
That they
it-
signed off on his
everything
changes,
signs
yeah.
off on changes. Then it will just be running open.
Well, I'll
I
have that
mean,
in a week for you.
You can, then documentation that, so we can make it a condition, documentation that landmarks has signed off.
Yeah. I mean, you-
All violations have been met and cleaned.
Right.
Yeah, I think we can put that as a
The
condition.
sanitation violation that she's speaking
No,
about.
I'm talking about inside the building
But I
stuff.
wanted to bring that up to you. The sanitation that she's speaking about is that the sanitation is now coming around. Basically, we have the outdoor enclosures. That's not a sound structure. That's a removable structure. It's not illegal. It's by code. Not only do we have it, there's about 1,000 other restaurants. So the sanitation decides that day to come around and violate us. Violate not only me, but every other restaurant in that neighborhood.
Oh, and it is in code anyway?
It is in code.
Oh.
There's enough space.
But
for
I'm more worried about the landmark and the buildings department. Anything, they have to, whoever's going to have to approve that space, once they do it, then I'm willing to approve the alteration. Assuming he's in the same.
I would also like to see something submitted as part of the record. It can be an artist rendition, I don't care what. You can be your plans, whatever, you can submit them, that we have that as part of the record.
Now to the liquor.
Okay.
You have the whole file if you need anything else.
All right.
So I'm willing to approve on
He's
the
good enough
grounds
on
too.
the- This is good enough for you for the photos?
Yes.
Your requirement on the
Yep.
photos? Okay.
That's what I wanted to see, thank you.
Well, we believe it strongly in the public interest and convenience, the advantage to the public, to have a full on-premises liquor license. As you heard my client state, he has many international clientele as well as many members of the community who come in and frequent his restaurant. When Prime Minister Shinzo Abe shows up, or Prime Minister Justin Trudeau shows up, they would like something they've often requested in alcoholic beverage, which is not wine or sake. To the extent, we all have to remember that there are many agencies that a restaurant has to deal with in New York City and New York State. We have sanitation takes care of sanitation issues. We have Department of Buildings takes care of building issues. I don't think that it's within the scope of the State Liquor Authority or any other agency to try and punish an applicant for a violation of another agency's rules or regulations, particularly when those rules and regulations are being enforced properly by the respective agency and they're being addressed by the person.
You're barking up the wrong tree if you're saying that, because we do it every day in here. Local regulations, we constantly are, the law allows us to do it. In fact, it encourages us to do it.
But we are complying in all respects.
But that's not really what's at issue here. At the end of the day, for the full liquor license, and the reason he probably didn't, I don't know this because I didn't look at your application, but the reason you didn't get the full liquor license or ask for it initially is because you were afraid you wouldn't get the restaurant. I mean, it's a 500-foot, it's a 500-foot case, and there's 23 bars within 500 feet of you.
Right.
You got a restaurant wine license because of that, correct?
No, at the very beginning in 2013, it wasn't even an option. But I'm being very honest. We didn't know exactly the extent and the success that this restaurant was going to have, so we limited everything to a wine, wine via sake. And And that's the reason.
And I mean, the drawback for this request is the choice you made where to put this. I mean, they don't want any more in this area. And
I understand.
and then your behavior on top of that, regardless of the intention behind it, doesn't really support giving it to you.
My behavior.
Meaning with the not dealing with the Landmarks Commission when you should have, not doing, the community board would, as good as this is the first time I've actually seen this, because it's clear that your restaurant is great. They would rather see you go, which is amazing to me, that you have upset them to the extent that they want you off their street. Given who does eat at your restaurant and the notoriety it probably brings their neighborhood, they don't want anything to do with you. And, that's a testament to what you must be doing to them, in my view.
Chairman, I don't think it's the neighborhood itself. I think it's specific people. I think before I even went up to the community board and decided to pledge my case for a full liquor license, that was already decided.
No question.
No
I don't doubt that for a second.
All right, so that was extremely.
And that had very little to do with you, and a lot more to do with what's already there. I mean, we see this in neighborhoods all over, and, I have to agree myself with the ALJ on this, simply because I don't see the public interest in adding another one at this time, and especially given what just went on over the last year. I'm not saying it would never happen, but there is a requirement that you abide by the law no matter what you think of it, or whether you think that it's going to take too long or not. Yeah, but you didn't, and you just admitted that.
I admitted it to you before. I said it to you.
I know.
And I made a mistake. I'm going about my mistakes. It's not that I'm not fixing my mistakes. I'm fixing my mistakes, and I can tell you only how expensive these mistakes are.
Oh, I'm sure it cost you a lot more to do it this way. Yes.
But I'm going forward, and I'm fixing everything. I can't speak for everybody else, but I'm doing my part in fixing everything that I did wrong. And what I'm asking for is I'm asking for the full liquor license for the convenience of my guests. It's not because I'm going to make more money out of
No, I'm sure you're not.
It's for the convenience of my guest, that someone, instead of walking in and instead of having a bottle of wine or a bottle of sake, I'd like one martini. I do that all the time. But it's not the type of restaurant that you have someone at the bar or a bartender. By the way, my bar is a service bar. It's not a bar that you stay
I don't think that they're concerned that it's going to become a club-like atmosphere. I'm not concerned about that. I am concerned about the number of liquor licenses, and I am concerned about rewarding, as they say, the activities that you just...
I've been a great neighbor in that neighborhood.
Well,
I've been a
the
great
last
neighbor. 6
months you haven't.
Well, the last 6 months, the neighborhood is, the certain people have given me nothing but problems.
Well, and once again, that goes with the neighborhood.
You feel kind of awkward when you do everything that you can from 2013 up to date, that when you're in that neighborhood, you beautify the neighborhood, you're constantly there donating, helping, planting flowers, doing all that, then all of a sudden you go to them and you say, listen, I'm thinking about, and my first move was I'm thinking about doing a full liquor license. Not because it's just out of convenience. And they would walk up and say, absolutely not. We don't want that here. And we're going to deny you if you even go to the community board. How fair is that to me? These decisions were based already before I even went to the community board and before I even went to get a liquor license. I understand the neighborhood that I'm in and the neighborhood that...
And that's why you couldn't have been surprised.
But what I'm asking is, let's work it out.
I mean...
All right.
But even the administrative law judge dismissed virtually all of the quality of life issues that were raised by the community boards without substantiation.
But it still has to be in the public interest, and given what went on over the last 6 months, plus the number of other restaurants and bars within 500 feet, I don't believe that it is.
They're not like this specific restaurant. And my argument is, I understand you have 30 other restaurants, but they're not this specific.
Well, that's not really something every one of them creates ambient noise. Yours creates ambient noise. You have cars coming through there to pick your guests up. I realize there's only 50 people a night. I get that. Or maybe it's 75, whatever it ends up being if you turn your tables. But every one of those every one of those cars is driving down that street.
You also live in Manhattan.
I understand
You
that.
forgot about that.
No,
If
they
that's the case, that's why, I moved.
they do forget about that's for sure.
Shall-
Go ahead.
Shall we vote now?
Yes.
All right, well, let's vote now.
It is only a 30-seat restaurant.
I'm not saying I would never do it. I'm saying, given what's happened over the last six, I don't think it.
If I fix these problems and you get a sign off from Landmarks, and I've done what I had to do, and I went forward, I gave it.
I would say, I'm going to vote to,
say yes.
listen, I'm going to vote to deny. And I would say this, that if you go through the year and we don't have any issues, and you try to make some amends with the community board, I probably would reconsider it. But it's going to have to be a year.
Jim, are you saying deny for both? or-
No, I've already approved the alteration, assuming he can get a letter to us that Landmarks has signed off on it.
Yeah.
The alteration is approved, and he's approved that as well, correct?
Yes. I was going to say exactly what the chairman just said. You got the alterations, you got halfway there. And you have it since 2013. I don't see that you've had any violations or anything like that concerning drinking or anything like that at all, or behavior, anything like that at all. And there's no question about that you have a world-class restaurant and all of that, not to repeat what the chairman has just said.
I appreciate that.
But I just think being sensitive to the community, whether you like it or not, sometimes we have to be. And
Guys, I understand, I appreciate that.
may I finish?
Please.
All right. Can I
I'm
finish?
saying reapply, but go ahead.
Thank you. We realized we need to be sensitive to the community board, and, they've come out like ardently against you. So we're going to give you a shot to kind of make amends to them, and I'm all with the chairman. A year from now, you come back before us, I probably will feel
I
differently.
make amends and the community board still denies me. What do we
I
say
don't know,
then?
I'm not saying they need to approve you. I'm
Right.
just saying you make some amends.
Right.
They're not going to approve you, I know that.
Yep. But let's go through a year and see if the record remains
Kinda hard when
clean.
You got everybody calling up 311 on you,
Yeah.
for nothing. For every little thing.
Once
If you
again-
change your doorknob, they call 311.
Yeah.
Those are good neighbors.
No.
Well,
Anyway, guys.
Good
thank you.
luck.
The next item is 620J.
Wait, hold on, Tom.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask one question for clarification for myself and the applicant? You're looking for...
Hold on for a second. No, yep.
Go ahead.
You're looking for a sign-off from Landmarks, but not necessarily from DOB.
Correct. Once Landmarks approves his changes, I'm good.
Okay, DOB can look out for itself.
DOB apparently didn't file any violations with him. It sounds like it was Landmarks. I'm more concerned about the Landmarks. That's the bigger issue to me. So yes, if he gets the confirmation that they signed off on his changes, I'm good.
Thank you for the clarification.
Are you okay with that? With the wine and beer? Out of curiosity. Instead of a full liquor license?
I'm not thrilled with it, but I...
Thrilled with.
Okay, can you guys
Yeah,
go
yeah.
out and talk?
We have a lot of other matters, to take care of. No, you, 620J, Aurelia Mexican Restaurant.
Guy Parisi for the licensee. Licensee is present. We're here because the authority asked that the licensee appear here. I don't know what determination the authority is making. I pleaded not guilty to the charges, and no hearing was ever set.
When did you plead not guilty?
I plead not guilty on December 30th by email and confirmation. Let me read you the email. I said to Dear Ms. Marsico, I represent the above referenced licensee and plead not guilty on its behalf and demand a bill of particulars. I am out of town until January 8th, 2017. Then,
So, hold on, counsel's off.
As
Do you
far
accept?
as I know, we don't accept things but like that by email.
she did. I said to her, I confirmed, I said, please confirm that you timely received this not guilty plea on December 30th. And she said, yes, it's received, thanks. I have it here. So
Okay. Back to counsel's office. Yep.
I was not aware.
You want to settle this now?
Well, what's the,
I mean, the reason I called him in was to make sure all of it was fixed.
it's all fixed. We would consider settling it if it's reasonable.
6,000.
I'll go along with that.
Just 6,000? We'll take it.
Okay. Not back to council's
All right,
office.
So you want that considered to be just a penalty of $6,000 and
The CNC of
CN
6,000, yes.
Yes. Just for my own clarification, you do not accept.
Correct. Because of instances like this. So just in the future, I think it would just be easier.
All right, all right. I was not advised that it was not acceptable.
Tracy,
I actually
in
confirmed
this
it.
sense, I think everything's worked out just
All right.
fine, but just moving
All right.
forward.
Thank you,
All right,
Chairman.
The next item is 522, Gringo Bar Incorporated.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jack Posner. I'm representing the Gringo Bar, who is owned by Ms. Tavares, who's here on my right. The board should note that this license was issued in 2004.
That's what I was just asking myself. So my question is, what happened?
Since that time, there's really only been one other minor violation, which consisted of a
I mean, in the last 10 years, she hasn't had any. So what happened here?
There was a misunderstanding about what coverage should be based on the fact that this was family-owned and an exemption was thought to be appropriate. However, there was an employee who was a security guard, and therefore workman's comp was required. We've now obtained that. That is now in full force and effect as of September 2nd. In addition, we have straightened out the ordering of liquor and beer from licensed wholesalers.
And she's going to have all these on records on premise?
That is correct.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept as
May
well.
I make one other comment? I represent many Hispanic businesses on the South Shore of Long Island. We all know the current political environment coming down from Washington. Every one of my businesses that I represent in the Hispanic community are all calling and crying. They're saying one thing and one thing only. The entire Hispanic community is afraid to go out. They don't go out to shop.
You can tell them we don't deport people, so
That's correct.
they're good with us.
However, that is the basis of my further request. I had offered in settlement $7,500. However, my client tells me that since this political environment from Washington has come down, everyone's business, including hers, has drastically dropped. They don't even think they can stay in business anymore. So I would request respectfully to revise my offer of settlement from $7,500 to $5,000.
I'll give you $6,500.
Thank you.
No, I didn't. He didn't agree with me. Yeah.
65 sounds good.
Thank you. And I'm not telling a lie. I don't know how these Hispanic businesses are going to survive. These people are afraid to go out. They feel victimized, and
I'm
it's
sure.
horrific. It's ugly.
I
Thank
feel
you.
victimized as well.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 560, Ambassade of Lenox, New York, Inc.
$560.
Go ahead.
Ferrari and Ferrari by Michael Ferrari. Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner Ford.
Good afternoon.
I'm here representing the licensee Ambassade of Lenox, New York, Inc. I'll let the principal that stands next to me introduce himself.
Hi, my name is Farah Paul. I'm the owner of Ambassade of Lenox, New York.
We are here because my client received a notice of cancellation, which was set to take effect last week. He called me immediately, and we sent an emergency request for reconsideration to the secretary to the authority, who thankfully responded that you would reconsider this order. I would like to discuss, I'd like to get into a little bit into the substance of the violations that brought us here today, if the board is prepared to hear that.
What's the address that
The address of the licensee is 341 Lenox Avenue.
And where does he live? 130 Bradhurst?
Yes, 130 Broadhurst Avenue.
So how's he not getting this stuff?
We've discussed it, we've tried to figure out, obviously something happened, we have not been able to come up with.
I mean,
an
the reason that we called him in the first time is,
I believe he missed there was a hearing.
well, he didn't have to come he missed his hearing, but then I wanted to call him in to make sure all of this was fixed.
Well-
And then he didn't come for that, and that's why he got the cancellation.
I did show up.
He showed up for the original notice of pleading. He did show up, and he was told that he would be contacted to return for a hearing, and he waited for some contact. To his knowledge, he didn't receive it. Now,
That may, and that does happen, but then we sent him another notice to come into here for the penalty phase, because we wanted to talk to him about having fixed these items, and he didn't get that as either.
I understand. So there are two communications that he didn't receive. He did receive the subsequent communication regarding the cancellation. He absolutely received that, and he contacted me. He's discussed.
I'm wondering if he only received it because it said cancellation on it.
We've discussed it, and we haven't come to any conclusion as to what happened. He has discussed it with his staff, his bookkeeper, to take a better interest in any communications from anywhere, notwithstanding, not especially the State Liquor Authority, but I'm
Okay,
involved
but
as well.
so,
Nothing was returned to us, right?
no.
All right.
So the signs are up. Pregnancy sign is up, prohibited sale sign is up.
Absolutely. They were up before. They were covered by a television that had a moving arm, and the television had been moved down. They've been moved to a place where that's not a risk of happening.
And the DJ is gone.
No. My client, without my help, following this incident, following this night, filed a change of method of operation.
And he's been approved for that.
He has been approved for that?
Application.
Okay.
He went before the community board, who has only the best things to say about him. They're very fond of him and this business and his other business, both of which are in this district.
No return mail. There's nothing.
Okay, and he's got licensed security guards now.
Well, he's changed his method of operation to reflect the security. What he does with security is he hires an outside agency. And I've explained to him the necessity of keeping a log, and every time they are sent here, sent to his place to check for that their license is up to date, their education is up to date.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so we already sustained these charges, Tom?
Yes.
I
So,
would ask if the chairman would entertain a conditional no contest offer at this time.
no. But I will go with 5,000. Unless Commissioner Ford has a,
May I make a case for just a little bit less than that?
he may make the case for you, so why don't you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do you want to?
Application, security guards.
Well,
No, I mean, I don't know where Commissioner Ford is.
I just want to see something really quickly about what the failure to conform was. What did I do with that?
I think that has to do with the method of operation.
Yes, that was security. They had security, and they told us there wasn't going to be any security.
Gotcha. All right.
And I want to speak to the reason why.
Will the board hear from?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I previously filed the application, originally, I opened the restaurant and closed it without a liquor license. There was a failing restaurant. Then when I applied for the liquor license, I barely have any fund left when I did the renovation. So at that time, I could not afford a security, and then also a DJ. That was not part of my no intention. So when I filled out the application, which I did myself, and I operated like that in about like 2 years. And after, when I have like customer coming in, sometimes they drunk and then we don't want to serve them and they start cursing and they're yelling. So that's why I got the security. It's not that I would try to defraud or try to not, and I wasn't aware that if I have a security, it's an obligation for me to let the authority know. That was the only reason.
So
Okay, and you have, now it's changed, so you have it, so.
Yeah, I went to the community board, and they fully up, they approved my application, and I update those information also to the SLA.
You hired security because you realized that you needed it.
Huh?
You hired security not because you wanted to spend the money, you did it because you felt you needed it.
Yeah, this
I
right
understand
now,
that,
I
so.
knew that I need it.
All right, well, I'm gonna pitch for 3,000.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
3,000.
All right?
We will accept that. Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Next item is 581, Dim Sum Bar, Inc.
$581, you said, Tom?
Yep.
See, the brain is always a few seconds behind what you say, that's why.
My name is Sam Park, a representative Dim Sum Bar. And then here's the owner of the Dim Sum Bar.
Good afternoon. My name is Fionn Watt. I'm the owner of Dim Sum Bar.
So you ran this restaurant
Yes, we do.
when the other licensee was still on the liquor license?
No,
Well, there was,
they surrender, the previous owner licenses, they surrender.
they surrendered it after you had already, the lease was signed 9 months before that.
Yes.
So you were running,
Without the liquor license, we just operating without the liquor.
you weren't serving liquor?
No, not at all.
Sometimes
Until
it's
now.
not clear. Generally, the assumption is, especially when things are so backdated.
And your outdoor space, what's the hours on that?
11 to 11, 7 days a week.
11 to 11? Even on the weekends? You don't want later? And what's your name?
Fionn.
And you?
Sam Park representative.
So you weren't serving alcohol during this time?
Okay.
Going back to 2015, right? Most of your documentation was dated 2015. Certificate of authority to collect sales tax, so,
until,
okay.
yeah, after
Okay.
So you were just running the restaurant without alcohol?
Without the alcohol.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll approve.
I'll approve as well.
Thank you.
Easy.
Next item is 577, Salitos Deli Corp.
Be in Hempstead.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. It's Louis E. Rodriguez from Goldstein and Rodriguez, 1 Fulton Avenue, Suite 20, Hempstead, New York. Good afternoon.
This is Salitos Deli Corp?
Yes.
Do we have anything from,
But generally, it's the standing order unless they have something in contrary from the mayor.
what's the standing,
On premise, he's opposed to on premise
any on-premise?
consumption, yeah. I'll ask, what are your hours?
4 a.m. to 10 p.m.
4
a.m. to 10 p.m., yes.
Breakfast.
Yes, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Sorry, it took me a moment to.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, dude.
I know.
Flip on
So,
backwards.
and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but you have to go meet with the mayor about this.
We did this in 2015. You know.
Have you met with the mayor about this place? Because the last license here was canceled for the same type of license.
No, it wasn't canceled. We withdrew it. It was,
Prior license was canceled at this place for violation of the stipulations.
oh, that I didn't know.
Saying you
Oh, okay.
previously applied at
Yeah,
this
that was,
location?
I'm sorry?
You've previously applied at this location? You said you met with the mayor.
No, for us, ours, in 2015, when we opened this place, we have to go before the planning
Okay,
board, the
all right,
pre-planning
not with-
board.
got
and
it, got it, got it.
it's a
Yeah,
big-
well, that's for the deli, but nobody's telling, I mean, you know, in that village, the mayor is very opposed to these eating place beers because of the activities that have been going on in them. If you can convince him, then that goes a long way with us. In fact, it goes almost 100% with me.
Okay. I don't know what's happening. Next week is the election, so I don't even know who's going to be in power anymore. So can we put it off for like 2 weeks then, just to see
Yeah.
what happens next week?
Yep. He has an opponent?
Oh, yeah, about 2 more.
So, well, you want 2 weeks or 2 meetings?
Once
The next meeting is the 29th. Do you want it that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll definitely have an answer by then, too.
3/29.
Can we waive his appearance? So I
Yes.
by myself. Thank
Well,
you.
then why don't we ask you some questions? So there's no music in this place?
We have it at 2 bucks, you know.
It's recorded music.
Yeah.
That is music. It's no live music.
And you own 2 restaurants already? Or 1?
And there's been
Just
no-
1 restaurant?
There's been no issues with that other one since 2009, so.
No.
Yeah, all right, I don't have a problem with you, it's just this, if he has to sign off on this. I know. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So 3/29, you don't have to come.
Thank you.
Right.
And the next item is 549, 269 Wine Corp. Anybody?
549, you said?
Are you opposition, sir?
Did you
Huh?
sign it in?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have to wait until, if the applicant comes, but they're not here yet.
Well, it's 2:15.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, then go ahead. Come on up.
Come on up.
You're not here. A lot of opposition.
Hello, my name is Robert
Are you the only opposition here? Yeah.
don't
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores, but go ahead. Where are you from?
I'm representing Greenpoint Bazaar, Inc., the license number W125.
Are you the owner?
I am the owner and the president of Greenpoint Bazaar, Inc., and owner of the Winebox Wine Shop, which is
Okay.
actually located in the closest proximity of the new plant package.
So how many stores in the general vicinity?
Well, starting from Nassau Avenue, there is 4 shops in the lineup, starting from the south side of Manhattan Avenue. There is 89 Manhattan Avenue, Greenpoint Wine and Liquor. Then 2 blocks further north, there is 128 Nassau Avenue, B&W. Then 2 blocks north, there is 150 Nassau Avenue, Cracovia. And 1 more block further to the north, it's my shop, Winebox. And then approximately 5 blocks from my shop, there is the proposal for the new packaging shop. And that's approximately 1,000 feet. I might be wrong, but considering 1 street block, about 200, it's about that.
And are you familiar with these other stores? Have you been in them?
I'm occasionally visiting them.
Do
but
they sell pretty, amongst the group of them, are they selling pretty much everything anyone would want?
Right. They have a mixture of like liquor and wine, but my shop particularly, it's just a wine shop. So.
And do they do tastings, any of them?
I know that the 89 Nassau Avenue, Greenpoint, they do.
And what about
I don't know about the others.
What about delivery? Does anyone do delivery?
I don't deliver.
Do any of the others, do you know?
I'm not sure. I think they might,
Okay.
but I don't want to mislead you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
It's just going to be held over, or?
No.
That's enough. I have some other concerns, but.
No,
no,
we're
that's it.
good.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny, what is it, 5 stores within 0.4 of a mile. What about community board review? Is that not required?
Yeah, not on the liquor store. So I'm going to vote to deny as well. As Commissioner Ford pointed out, there's 5 stores in 0.4 miles, and there's 8 stores within a 10-minute walk. We would like to ask what they planned on doing differently with this store that the other stores are not doing, but no one appeared, so We were unable to find that out, so I don't find any public convenience and advantage, so I deny.
We'll take a 2-minute break.
Yes, 2 minutes.
All set? Okay. The next item is 612. Lost Trace, Loyalist Corp. I don't see the attorney here. All right. Let's try 541, Dawson Liquor and Wine Corp.
$521, Tom?
541.
541.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we have some, what's your name?
My name is Ariel Velez, V like Victor, E-L-E-Z, and I'm of counsel to Victor Molina, the attorney for Dawson Liquor and Wine Corp.
Okay, we have some opposition here, so we're going to hear from them first. Everybody come up. Put your name on the record.
My name is Justo Peralta.
And what's your, what store?
I'm speaking on behalf of South Bronx Liquor Store at 866 Prospect Avenue.
Okay.
Bronx, New York. I'm here to relate that as manager of the same store, 866 Prospect Avenue, South Bronx Liquor Store, for more than 20 years, before it was transferred to the new owner last October, I personally have experienced a lot of up and down throughout the years. One of the biggest changes over there was the closing of 4 Aces Liquor Store, 165th Street, while we are on 161st Street. My sales at that liquor store, when they closed, more than double. Later, when a new store opened 2 blocks further, 163rd Street in Prospect, that would be Sherman Wines and Liquor, my sales went back down again. But the biggest change I experienced was when HUB warehouse opened up on 149th Street by 3rd Avenue. It decreased quite a lot. Now, being that another liquor store is trying to open in the nearby neighbor, 4 blocks away from our stores, it's really very, very negative. I'd like to also bring to your attention that Dawson Liquor Store is opening right next to a junior high school, if you were not aware of. I believe that should also be taken in consideration.
658 Dawson Street is there's a junior high school right there?
A few steps from the store is the junior high school.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Rong Chen, and I'm the new owner of the R&L South Bronx, and I just got the license on.
Where was he from?
Oh, he's previous owner's manager.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yes.
So you own R&L?
Yes, right now
Okay.
I am. And I just got my license on October 2016, and I've been here when I got
Right.
my license. So for the past 5 months, the business is pretty steady, and I can't imagine if a new liquor store opens up, it might go down again. And right now, like, I'm trying to increase the sales, but if the liquor store another opens up, it might prevent me from increasing my business. So I was considered coming in today and try to protect what I have to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Ralph Acevedo. I am the District Manager for Bronx Community Board 2. The applicant came to our Franchise License and Permit Committee last week, March 7th. And at the time,
he stated that he has not applied for a renewal because he had a bar like wine, beer, and liquor license at this premises, and that he is not renewing that license, and he wasn't sure if he was going to apply for a liquor license because he wanted a liquor store. So at the time, the committee asked him, you got to make up your mind and just let us know whichever way that your direction that you want to go in. And then after the meeting.
Do you guys hear from every liquor store?
No.
Okay.
But we received a notice and we tracked him down. Something similar happened in 2013 with the applicant where he came after the fact. So he received his liquor license and then needed community board approval and came afterwards.
Right, but here, for a liquor store, he doesn't need community board approval.
Correct.
Okay.
We kindly asked him if he could just notify us again. I think he has to at least notify us. He doesn't need the actual committee's approval.
I don't know, does he?
No, I don't.
I mean, he has to notify publicly, but he doesn't, I don't think he has to notify you guys directly.
Okay, we received notification and we asked him if he can provide it once
Okay.
again. At that time, the chair of the committee asked me to do some inquiry as to any status with it. So the following day, I called the State Liquor Authority and they walked me through this process, the query search. So we found out that he had a hearing scheduled for March 15th.
Okay.
And, they had requested that I.
So are you guys against it, or what?
We're against it.
Why?
So there's a couple of reasons why. As the gentleman was stating, there's a school, PS 52, and it has a new charter school. So at 2013, it wasn't an issue, but there's a girls' prep school that uses the Dawson Street entrance now. So at 2013, that entrance or exit was not being used by the school. So it's within the 200 feet.
Yeah, but it's on a different street, right?
No, it's on the girls' prep, the family for school excellence.
Okay.
They're on the Dawson.
So the school
Street
takes up the whole block there?
Yes.
Okay, so the back of it
PS52.
is on Dawson and the other side is on Kelly Street?
Correct. The entrance to PS 52 is on Kelly Street. The charter school for the girls is on Dawson Street. Also, there's a church across the street at 844 East 155th Street. And we also have, during this query search, I've found out that we have in the community board close to 19 liquor stores already. I reached out to some of the elected officials. So I have a letter from the community board. I have a letter from State Assembly Member Marcos Crespo. I have a letter from State Senator Jeffrey Klein. And I got a letter from the City Council member, Rafael Salamanca, all in supporting the community board's position. I'm also, I guess it's a little late now, but I was supposed to receive a letter from the local police precinct, the 41st precinct, and from State Senator Ruben Diaz. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get it to me in time.
Okay, you want to hand those up?
Yes, I have a couple of copies. I don't know how many copies you're going to need.
We can just take one of each, and I will pass it down and then put it in the record. Just me's fine. Thanks.
So the new council member was the former district manager. So in speaking with him, he was the one who mentioned about the proximity now with this entrance for this girl charter school.
Okay.
And
Is there anything else in that building that you're aware of?
at PS 52?
Yeah.
It's a public school.
The whole building is schools?
Yes, the whole building is schools. And then he also mentioned that there's a new church
Okay.
across the street from where he is looking to apply. And since it's a new application, it's not a renewal, that could affect it because it's in 200-foot rule, and he indicated that in his letter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, members of the board, yes, it is correct that the applicant, Mr. Ricardo Martinez, does operate a bar by the name of RMM Lounge. He's operated that for 7 years, at least 7 years, and he only had one incident, and it was very early when he.
Can we just cut, that bar was in this location, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So
it still is in.
there's a requirement on these applications that you notify us whether it's within 300 feet of a church or a school. You wrote on your application, no. So it appears to me that there is a serious question about whether that's accurate. And the reason we put 300 is so our investigator will go out and measure to make sure that it's over 200. We didn't do that here. And now we've heard from two people, one of whom sounds like he knows exactly what he's talking about, that this is within 200 feet, which would mean you can't have a liquor store here.
Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Martinez when I heard that.
So the best thing you can do right now is probably withdraw this and go find out if it's within 200 feet and then reapply. Assuming it is over 200 feet.
Your Honor, regarding myself, like I stated, Ariel Velez and Mr. Molina, the application was not prepared by us, and it was prepared by.
I'm not worried about it. So are we withdrawing the application, or do you want me to deny it? Because that's where we're out.
We're withdrawing the application.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tom, did you get those letters?
Yes.
So if they withdraw, they're going to reapply, and so I don't need to say this.
All right, the next item is 588. You're not going to have this. This is EDO Food. This matter was adjourned this week at the request of the attorney because they had a death in the family. I don't know if all the opposition got the notices or not because it was given the timing of the adjournment.
What? And we don't have this here?
It was I advised you it had been adjourned. I'm trying to check down, make sure my staff actually notified you didn't get an email letting you know it was a. Right, but did you get a follow-up saying this has been adjourned? All right.
Okay. What's the best date for you? And that's what I'll put it on for.
The next board meeting is the 29th. And I apologize if you did not get the second email.
Yes, the 29th, you're always meeting on Wednesdays?
For the most part, yes.
Except when we don't.
Not any other day of the week?
No, every other Wednesday usually.
All right, let's do the 29th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And if that's not convenient for the applicant?
No, it was already rescheduled to that. You should have been advised about that, so.
All right, thank you.
All right, the next item is 584, 57th and Broadway Wine and Spirits Corp.
I'm not sure that we got these because we sent them, but apparently didn't get delivered until later. I'm Elke Hoffman. I'm the attorney for 57th and Broadway Wine and Spirits Corp. With me is Jim Manas. This is 57th and Broadway Wine and Spirits Corp has been doing business as an upscale boutique wine store for 9.5 years at 57th and Broadway. This is an application to remove the store. It's about 600 feet to the east.
So is there anybody in opposition here? It appears that they thought that this was a new license, I think.
Yeah, it sounds very similar to the prior one where it looked like an additional store. In fact, that store applied in 2009, and he was one of the 4 closest stores at the time. He applied for that store.
Say that again?
So when that store opened, the 120 West 58th, the one who submitted opposition.
120 West 58th, right?
Yeah, he was already, she moved into his area. He was one of the 4 closest stores.
And he's still one of the 4, he's not?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, are you okay with this?
Yeah, it's just a 600-foot move. Still going to be only 750 of 1,600 as opposed to, no, it's existing now, 750 retail square feet of 1,600, and it's going to be 715 to 15, pretty much same footprint, so I'll vote to approve.
And you're actually moving off Broadway onto a building on 57th Street, right? So you're actually probably in a worse position for you.
But there's some high-end retail coming, there's a lot of
Oh,
construction.
okay. Well, I'm just wondering if it's going to work out for him, but I'll approve.
Thank you.
Did you already approve?
Yes, I approve, yeah. I already gave it to her.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 543, Banter Hospitality Group.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Caitlin Edelman from Elke Hoffman Law, and we represent Banter Hospitality Group. With me, I have Josh Evans and Nick Duckworth.
If you just interrupt for a second, Chairman, this is the one that Mr. Booth sent out the email to you and to, I think, the Deputy Commissioner and Council last night?
Yeah, I read that. We both received the
Oh,
email.
I'm sorry, no, that was a different
No,
one.
that was,
I
that was the
apologize.
sushi,
No,
right?
That was a sushi
Yeah.
one, yes, I apologize.
So
But they are against this as well.
Yes. The applicant is seeking full liquor for a restaurant with hours operating from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 8 a.m. to midnight Friday through Saturday. The concept is an Australian-style cafe serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's a 40-seat restaurant, and they only have a service bar, no customer bar. The cuisine is locally sourced, health-conscious dishes, fresh baked goods, high-quality coffee. This is actually a transfer application, so this applicant will be replacing a similar bistro-style restaurant that had a full liquor license that also served breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The applicant appeared before Community Board twice. First in November, there was concerns because only one of the applicants could appear about the menu, dinner hours in the front patio. The applicant agreed to withdraw and then come back. At that meeting, the applicant was supported by BAMRA and did submit signatures of support from community members, including residents who lived within the building where the premises will be. They returned at the December meeting. Both principals were able to attend. They submitted an extensive business plan. Again, they were supported by BAMRA, and they even offered to, the first meeting, they agreed to remove all service from the outdoor patio, but wanted to have a waiting area. They offered to, at the second meeting, even remove that outdoor area entirely, but they were still denied. This applicant is currently operating on a temp. They have the s'mores.
When did they get the temp?
Early February.
And are they applying for the outdoor area?
No.
Do they want to? No? Okay.
So in a nutshell, are you guys willing to abide by the stipulations as suggested by BAMRA?
Yes.
And there are 15 of them. Just making sure.
Yeah.
All right.
And the applicants are here if you have any additional questions for them.
Signed copy of that? The one we have is just a proposal.
It ended up not getting signed because things at the community board went south, so.
It's January they got the temporary.
Oh, late January?
Yeah, we might have got the certificate because we open on every February.
So you're fine with every one of these stipulations that the,
Liquor area
I
merchant.
previously signed it before. I'm not sure why you don't have a signed copy. I must have got lost.
well, I'm just making sure because sometimes they throw things in here that I'm not fine with. Does Australian accent count as English-speaking manager?
Yeah, they're fine.
they're all good.
Yeah, I've seen them before.
It's the November 9th, 2016.
Was the first board meeting, yeah.
And you have windows that'll open?
Yes.
I see you're good shutting them at 10?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The one thing I'm taking out of the stipulations is the requirement that they can't pursue outdoor seating. They can pursue it, but they've agreed not to have it for now, but the second part of 13. The first sentence, the second part. They can't agree to not do something they have every right to do.
All right.
Go ahead, you can go.
I'm, based on the fact that it was previously licensed, your hours are, what, you said 8 to
11
11?
p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then midnight on
midnight Friday and Saturday? No customer bar, yada, 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 just whatever the stipulations are here, rather than repeat all of that. I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. I think it is in the public interest. I think the ALJ said it best when he said that he found the community board's reasoning for disapproval spacious at best. It was previously a licensed establishment. It's going to be an Australian style, is that correct? Restaurant. They've entered into 15 stipulations with BAMRA, which are going to be part of the license. The one thing I did remove is the requirement that they never pursue outdoor seating. And I find that it is in the public interest, so good luck.
Next item is 590, Cabo Restaurant LLC.
I'm sorry, he just left to pick up his kids. I'm gonna be here for a while. Can we just skip it and let him come back? Unless you don't feel you need him.
I don't know if I do. I can't see it yet. What is it?
590.
And-
Cabo Restaurant. I can,
No, I don't
he's
know.
coming back, so maybe I should just give him the opportunity to.
Are you good with it? Is this stuff all fixed?
Let him come back.
I don't, if you want him to,
I don't
okay.
wanna feel, I don't wanna make a representation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next item is 620F, JBDP Stanton Corporation.
Introduce yourself.
Jason Barron.
And Frank Palella. So offering compromise to resolve the charges.
I'll accept.
7,500 accept.
Thank you.
Where'd you go?
Thanks.
Mexico?
Don't go anyplace. All right, the next one is it 620E? Lostre Hermanos Poterelas? I'm not even close.
Again, an offering compromise to resolve the charges.
I'll accept only because it was a minor injury. You're heading down a bad road.
I'm sorry, there was a minor injured?
It was just a facial cut, right?
Oh, the premises was closed. And in fact, I spoke to the waitress who spoke to the police officer, and she told me through an interpreter that she told the police officer that he told her he had been hit. The police report's unsigned, there's no summons issued. We're only making the offer just to get rid of it, but
5:20 a.m., yeah.
place was
Why are
closed.
they still in there at 5:20?
They're clean. They open up at 7:30 in the morning.
And they started fighting with each other?
No, they don't know. This happened outside. The waitress was trying to explain to the police officer, but she spoke mostly Spanish or all Spanish.
Okay. I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
Don't go anyplace. You're not done yet. The next two items are 620L and M. These are the ones that actually were before your last meeting. They should have been adjourned with Mr. Palillo's other matters, but they weren't. So I'm taking a mulligan on these, and
What did we do?
I believe you revoked. So it's L and M.
Tom, which is the one that went to hearing?
That would have been M.
We did that one first?
Dismiss 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you.
Dismiss.
If I may, with regard to that charge and others, I submitted an offer in compromise. I included this one in it because the offer's cancellation.
What one did, what,
There are two other matters pending in council's office. One of them is out for hearing
I
tomorrow.
did receive a March 15 letter that is,
So I know we're canceling the license. I just figured put everything in and get rid of it that way.
so can we do that, Tom? I have the cases right here.
To do them right now. We can add them to the calendar if you.
Well, it's not like you're not going to be here.
No, but I probably won't appear again, but that's fine. If you want to keep a cancellation for the record, it's fine. Whatever you guys want. They're out of possession. There's nothing there.
All right, cancel and bond.
You want to do this as you're taking the other two and an offer of cancellation and bond claim?
Yes. And we'll just cancel the other ones for the record when they end up on the calendar. But,
So you just want to do this one then?
yeah,
Okay.
he doesn't have to appear, is what I'm saying on the
All
other
right.
ones. And I do want a location stop, though.
So just so I'm clear then, this is going to be a penalty of cancellation of bond claim. For the other two,
He's offered CNCs
All
of
right.
cancel, no bond.
all right, maybe you could just follow that up with counsel's office, an email, so they have, and we can process those.
thank you, Tom.
Okay, we good? A name stop, a location stop, though.
For 620L?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh. I screwed up.
All right, the next item's 556, Trackside Bar and Grill.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner Neil Vasaki here for the applicant Trackside Bar and Grill. My client was unable to attend today. He had a work obligation he couldn't get out of. So he apologizes, and I apologize for not having him here.
When can he get here? Because I mean, this is it's a 500-foot case. Oh, no, they approved it. Okay. He doesn't, I'm all right without it then.
Can I approach this?
Yes.
A diagram of the store where it's laid out in the surrounding area. It's very critical in this case.
Oh, no, see, I do need him here. I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the community board approves, but they only approve with the stipulations, which he doesn't agree to.
Yeah, can I?
So you're going to have to put this over.
Is that,
I mean, I got to see him. I don't,
okay, can I just add something to the conversation?
Yeah.
You want to take those back, too?
So
No,
the,
we'll hold it.
So the applicant who has a bar right across the street, upon getting approved hopefully for this location, he would surrender that license and basically just move right across the street. We went to the community board, I went to the community board, and there was really no indication that they had any issues with anything when we filled out their questionnaire at the community board. Several weeks later, we got a stipulation that had five steps, one being closing at 2, a second, no live amplified sound inside and none outside, no liquor on the outdoor patio after 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, provide the ashtrays and receptacles for cigarettes and keep the sidewalk clean. My client has clearly agreed to 3.5 of these. The only two things that he does not agree to with reasonable cause is closing 7 days a week at 2 a.m. and the no live amplified sound inside the establishment. In his present license has no restrictions whatsoever. He's able to be open till 4 a.m. Everything that I know, that it's not a problem spot in the community. It's a local neighborhood tavern. I asked him about it. The police don't go there. No 911 calls. No arrests. He's been pretty much a good bar owner for 8 years or 9 years since he's had the license. Additionally, when when my client went to get petitions signed, and I submitted them up here, you know, basically just short of 600 petitions were signed for the patrons of the bar. We have, you know, 39.
That's all, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but I can't give, I'm not giving
But can I just ask, can I
an
say one
opposed
more?
license to someone who's not here.
Okay, I just want to add one more thing,
Yes.
and if I have to come back, sure, I'll come back. 2 o'clock, 7 days a week, he would not go for. Friday and Saturday, he'd like till 4 a.m., Sunday through Thursday, 3. And the other interesting thing is, which he has no problem with, any live music would stop at 2 a.m. I mean, I always work things out with the community board, and I'll be quite honest with you, 90% of my work is on Staten Island. This is the first time I had to come in front of this board to discuss, you know, fight for a client. It's very unreasonable due to the fact that he's been a good bar owner across the street. He's moving over. He's going to have more of an extensive restaurant to serve the neighborhood. You know, many people on the block has signed a petition. You have business owners all on that block, people above. He went around the corner, people live behind. I mean, he basically got signatures from everybody, maybe short a few people, acknowledging where he was going to put his location. And
I'm
the
not,
hours.
I'm not saying that I'm going to agree with them,
No, right.
but without him here,
Okay,
it's
fine.
not, I don't think I'm doing my due diligence.
fine.
You know, and the ALJ has pointed out that he didn't consider the letter from the community board appropriate consultation. So that to him means they didn't give him any information, which means to me, you know, I'm probably headed in the same direction. So I'm not saying they're right, I just need him here.
Okay, yeah,
So 329?
sure.
Yep,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
And notify the community board too. They didn't appear today, but they still have to be notified.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Next item is 537, 186 Sushi Restaurant, Inc.
587?
537.
Nobody here.
Yeah.
License issued 12/16.
Are you here? Are you here for this one?
Yes. I apologize. I was informed that I need to put the agenda number, and I didn't do that, so I know the procedure now. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Ariel Velez of Counsel to the Law Office of Victor Molina for 186 Sushi Bar. Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, what happened was that Ms. Almarante, who's the licensee, she has an accountant, and she used to have a daycare center, a daycare business, which was located at 550 Academy Avenue, apartment 26H. After speaking extensively with Ms. Amarante, I'm almost sure that what happened was that the accountant incorrectly thought that she was stating that was her resident, and he put that on the application.
What is it?
Her address, and I have a license, is 1,
No, what's located at 550 Academy Street, apartment 26H?
oh, what used to be located was a daycare. That's it's an apartment that Ms. Amarante was able to lease in between 2012 and 2014, and she used it solely for a daycare. She never lived at 550 Academy.
So how is she, so you're telling me since she applied for this license, oh, she just got it in 2016, okay. All right, well, that's unfortunate, but it's her obligation to give us the proper address, so.
I understand, and I would submit if the board would consider a fine. And Mr. Molina and I have spoken extensively to Ms. Amarante, and this will not happen again, and any changes in addresses, she will communicate, she will,
I don't need that now, if you're saying that's not the address.
no, yes.
You telling us isn't changing, and she needs to file paperwork, but I'll go with 2,500.
Your Honor.
Yeah, 20
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
You know, it's not an offer. It is, the fine is 2,500.
2,500.
I wasn't aware. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Oh, you have another one on?
No,
Oh.
thank you. And I'll speak to.
She
Mr.
better do it quickly, though, because we're sending out the notice of that fine. And if we don't change the address, she's going to go to the other place, and if the fine doesn't get paid, she gets canceled.
Yes.
So I would do that as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much, and I know that would be a huge problem.
Yeah.
Yes, you're welcome.
Next item is 552, 724 Nostrand Bar Corp.
And I'm just going to recuse myself on the record.
What's your name?
Rajesh Prasad.
Say that again?
Rajesh Prasad.
You've got, there's 5 instances of prohibited hours of sale, 4 instances of dancing, and you want to add a DJ?
What happened was that my brother died, and I took over this establishment when he died. I did a corporate change.
Okay.
When I did the corporate change, we were supposed to add, my name was changed onto to the corporation. We were supposed to add DJ, and we were supposed to add security.
Were you
What-
supposed to add the prohibited hours of consumption?
No, we don't sell after hours. What happened was that our establishment sells food, and I used to stay open to sell food. Cops came in, they harassed me, they gave me tickets all the time. Right now, automatically, no matter what, at 4 o'clock, I don't even sell food anymore. Because I had to change everything.
You don't
just
sell
to-
food at all?
No, I still sell food. But at 4 o'clock, I used to sell food after 4. I sell oxtail, macaroni pie, jerk chicken, rice and peas, bacalao, baked sawfish. We have a full kitchen, full staff.
When did your brother die?
May 31st.
Of
2015.
2015?
Did you file a renewal application?
Yes, I did. They held up my application because they said that because the corporate change was not approved, they did not approve my renewal application.
Yeah, we want to tie it in with this.
Okay, so you're not,
It was ready for the full board, so this was ready, the renewal fund was finally ready to be acted on, but this is coming right up before you, so.
I went to my community board, I spoke with everybody at the community board, and I even let them know that, I stopped selling food just to correct any problems. Like, we don't even have our bartenders behind the bar anymore. At 3:50, I announce last call, and I make them move out of the bar. And now at 4 o'clock, I don't care, I just shut the doors and I tell them, that's it, we can't even sell food anymore.
Yeah, I don't think food was a problem, though.
No, but every time, any incident we had, like, we never had any problems with police department. There were never violence, anything. And it's like the cops, and our neighborhood has changed a lot. And
All right.
they come in and, they tell us they don't want us serving food.
Yeah.
So I just complied with them. I said, you know what, I'll stop
Can we
selling
take
food.
a minute?
We'll be right
You have some stuff going on right now, right?
There's one case that's left.
With 18 charges,
Well,
right?
I believe some of them were dismissed. I'm not sure.
If you add these three, it's 21.
21, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I mean, these, you're telling me there's no violence, but you had cabaret activity. You don't have a cabaret license.
No, there's signs posted, no dancing.
Oh, I don't care. That's, the signs are great. But that doesn't really stop them from dancing, does it?
Our security, we have a security company.
You weren't supposed to have the security. They were unlicensed.
What happened was that when I did the corporate change, it was supposed to be added on because I wanted to come into compliance. I didn't know security wasn't added. And the community board gave us a letter stating that we had to have security. And they said that, they would approve us as long as.
Selling
we had security.
marijuana on the premises, who was that?
That was cops. They issued tickets, and I mean, whoever they came in, they found marijuana on somebody. I told them arrest the person. We search everyone that comes in.
Yeah, well, with all this pending, there's no way I'm approving this change of operation. I mean, you.
The police department, even at the community board, I attend the community board Monday
Listen,
and
the
Thursday.
police department is doing that because you're a problem.
But when
I mean, there's
spoke-
21 charges here.
I spoke to the police department on Monday at the economics board meeting, and at the meeting we spoke to the police officers, and he said, "No, I could truthfully say I've been on. They changed Inspector Lott to a new inspector." He said for the past 3 months he has been there, and he said he's never had any problems with us.
For 3 months.
Yeah, but he said he was a new inspector, and then I said, "Talk to the other inspector." I know.
I got a 6-month period here where you got 21 charges. It goes from January through June.
It started in February 20th.
Well, I mean, while they're pending, you may, I'm not altering the method of operation, and I would suggest you do something about these charges as soon as you can, because you're going to likely lose your license.
What we did was we changed everything. We stopped serving food.
Well, you waited too long.
What are you doing? You're not open right now, correct?
No, because I'm trying to get my license renewed.
Right. You filed it after it expired, correct?
3 days after. I sent out.
3 months before, so.
No, I didn't. What it is that.
So this is denied. I suggest you get a lawyer and try to work out these charges, is what I would suggest, because I'm denying this. I don't know what Commissioner Ford is doing, but these are, in my view, these are really serious. So-
Okay, we've been in business for 14 years.
Yeah, but you had a bad year.
Because my brother died, and when he died, I took over.
Well, I can't handle that right now. I know you have 21 charges pending that are all revolve around this change of method of operation. And if the way I look at it, if I was to allow all this to be legal, it's going to get worse, not better.
You could speak to the police. I can bring a letter from the police department showing that.
You got to
we don't
have,
any
listen,
problems.
you're not hearing me. You got to have these charges settled up first before this will even be considered again. So I'm denying it.
I'm going to deny it as well. Does that mean this will come back as an over, or just that he has to apply again?
It's just denied.
Denied.
He wants to give resurrect his point, he just has to,
All right.
do the members want to give license and direction on it? It's not timely filed, so the staff operations is not applicable.
So what's that mean? He's got to reapply.
For a license,
Yeah.
unless, do I cause to disapprove? I don't want cause to approve. You want to approve this one, or do you want me to approve it with?
Okay. All right, well, you're going to have to get these charges settled up. This isn't going to change. Thank you.
All right, the next item is 530, El Baco Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon, Thomas McCowan. I have 3 conditional no contest pleas. I felt it would be best I show up and advocate if need be.
Maybe not.
Or at least
So they
be
were on
the
the-
first to know.
They have a roof that opens up?
No, it's partially covered. It was part of the removal and alteration we filed a couple of years ago. The restaurant formerly never had a rooftop, and since they've had the rooftop, they've had a neighbor. It's been persistent. So we've gone around and he decided no music at all.
Okay.
But he had a sound engineer that changed the, floor
All
level
right,
speakers.
I'll
Nothing worked.
accept.
Thank you very much.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
All right, next item is 567, Manhattan Proper Concepts LLC.
Conditional no contest plea. They're aware now of pre-mixing and what the requirements are, and they changed the warning signs. I hand-delivered new sets
567.
to them.
You have your own signs?
I have your signs.
What do we give you? Oh, you came in and got them, or?
Yeah, I came in and got them. I have extras.
All right, I'll accept.
Thank you.
Accept.
489, Zombie Hut.
That's an unfortunate name.
Well, it's what it is. It's somewhat confusing, and the charge is sustained. They're technical in nature. The only way I could appear before the members was with this offer of $6,500 civil penalty. Small cafe. They do not want to have security. They thought they had to have security. 14 task force brought charges. The long and short of it is we really essentially have a charge for an unauthorized alteration. They purchased via a corporate change, unaware that there was not a basement floor plan. So I'm going to be remedying that when I get the plan. And there was the pre-mixing. And we've given an affidavit, and I'm going to file a method of operation that they never wanted security, but they thought they needed security. And it's confusing because we had a March task force in 14. And in
So they're not checking IDs, or the bartenders
No,
are
the
doing
staff
it?
is. I presented an affidavit in 15, laying out exactly what their security model is, but it's a small cafe, and they were
Okay.
hiring per diems.
I'll accept.
Accept 6,500.
Well, it's looking for a reduction. That's
Oh.
why I took the subway ride up here.
Well,
If possible, it's the pre-mixing and the unauthorized alteration, utilizing the basement for storage.
But the second failure to comply, second failure to conform.
Right. When they were in the 2014 task force, they brought a charge for an unauthorized backyard. It was not sustained. This one was for unauthorized basement. So if it was discovered in the 2014 task force, we would have remedied it, but it wasn't brought up, and the licensee, sole principal, was unaware of it because she purchased it on a stock purchase. And
That's the extension of premises?
That was the extension of premises, the basement for storage, yeah.
And you're saying that got missed?
That was missed in a 2014 March operation, but it was picked up in a 2015.
All right, 4,000.
Thank you very much for your
Wait a minute.
courtesies. But- Oh,
I was thinking 4,000, yes.
thank you very much also. All right, that's a wrap, thanks.
Mr. Palillo, how you doing?
I said, now it was worth the trip.
We don't, not private we don't do private sessions.
What number is it?
Nothing right now. Mr. Palillo's client is not here yet, so
Yeah, I don't need him. What is it?
He's informed me, though, that the violations have been corrected.
Okay, so what's the number?
it's
590.
590.
So is the booth gone? The DJ booth? I didn't realize that. Is he on his way?
He's on his way.
All right, we'll go through our speed round, because this is a...
All right, 488.
It's not very comforting when he doesn't trust his own client to make representations.
Let's hit it.
488.
What number is that, Tom?
488.
2,500.
2,500. 500, yep.
490.
Two disorderly charges not sustained.
So sustain 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3 and 4, dismiss 5.
Still revolt.
If this place had any history, I would cancel it. Uh, 7,500 for me.
7,500.
Most of that is for the failure to allow inspection.
491 and 523.
Sustain one.
I'm sorry, that's an over to 329. I had that marked on the bottom. 492.
Sustain 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, 4,000.
4,000.
493.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3. Uh, 7,500.
7,500.
494.
Sustain 1 and 2, 4,000.
Sustain 1 and 2, 4,000.
495.
I counter at 7,500.
County 7,500.
496.
Have they renewed, Jackie?
Extension was granted, so
Yeah, let me just see if there's any. Nothing, I've got nothing so far.
Just cancel and bond.
As a counteroffer?
Yeah.
496, cancel and bond.
No, you know what, I'll just take, you know what, let's just take it.
Yeah, they'll pay to get canceled anyway.
Just
so.
take the 5,000.
5,000.
497.
Accept.
Accept.
498.
Accept.
499.
Accept.
Accept.
501.
Accept. No, 500.
Did I, hold on. I'm sorry. 500. Yes. I was
Accept.
saving it to the very end.
No, accept.
Accept.
501.
6,500.
6,500 for 501, yes.
502.
Accept.
Accept.
503.
Accept.
Accept.
504.
Are these people allowed to have a DJ, Jackie? It's during that time frame. I think the application didn't say it.
All violations have been addressed and corrected.
I gotta go into the other database. It's not on work.
All right, just let it go. I'll accept.
Accept, 4,000, accept.
505.
Accept.
Accept.
506.
Accept.
Accept.
With the charge being withdrawn?
Yes.
Yes.
507.
Accept.
Accept.
508.
Accept.
Accept.
509.
Withdraw charge 3 and accept.
Accept, withdraw charge 3.
511.
Oh, wait. I think we're limited on that. Jackie's right.
I'm sorry.
Because we took.
Oh,
we
because
took
you're
the
withdrawing
charge.
that, yeah, you are.
Yeah, we took the charge where we could charge, so it's only 400. What? Oh,
No, it's
100. I thought you said 200.
no, it's
200.
200.
200.
Yep.
511.
Sustain 1, fine 3,000.
Sustain 1, fine 3,000.
513, 514.
Accept.
Accept.
515.
Accept.
515, accept.
516.
Cancel and bond.
Thank you. Cancel and bond.
517, 518.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Accept, I guess, right? Yeah, accept.
519.
Accept.
519, accept.
521.
6,000. Because it's a second sale.
6,000.
524.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
525.
Accept.
Accept.
526.
Revoke.
Revoke. Nothing to take plus the bond, right? Yeah.
Revoke and bond.
That's what I was
Bond
gonna ask
on?
you.
But that, they haven't paid, the 10,000 still there, that would alternate should be rather than bond on that one. Put it, not just.
Oh, it's going to be, if they don't pay the 10,000, it's revocation anyway? Okay.
So what do you,
It's revoke and,
just revoke?
yeah.
All right.
And don't worry about the 10,000?
No, it's revoke and bond if the bond's available.
Right.
Well, what's going to happen is if they don't pay their 10,000, then we're going to bond them there.
Anyway, okay, got it.
527.
Accept.
Accept.
529. Did I,
This looks shady to me,
All in one day, though.
which makes me
and
wonder.
one was a different day. The first one was a,
Oh, yes, you're right.
One's a different
2
day.
days.
Are they all the same person, though, do you know?
I do not know. It's
It was 8150 twice and 201.
Sometimes they do this and launder money.
Yeah.
They're still saying the same DEP account number as well, so I'm waiting with the same on that.
I'll accept the letter of warning. We might want to send this to, do we do anything with this information? Does it come from the PD or something?
sometimes, it depends on the case.
We probably want to send this to the PD, if they didn't send it to us.
I'll flag it for Mike.
Okay. But I'll accept letter of warning.
531.
531.
Sustain 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, 5,000.
5,000.
532.
532. I'm going to sustain 1, sustain 2, and sustain 3, even though the ALJ dismissed 3. Reading the ALJ's decision, I don't think that the charge was controverted. The guy ID'd himself as the manager, and just because he brought the records later doesn't mean they were there on the premises on the day. So I'm sustaining all 3 and $8,000 fine.
I'll go with that. $8,000 fine, sustain all 3.
We're going to go out of order and go back to 590.
My name is Frank Palolo, and you are?
Ruben Rodriguez, one of the presidents.
And he grabbed his kid out in the, some kid out in the street to prove it.
Tricky to get sworn. Mr. Chairman, I had a question.
So, well, we were looking, is the DJ is not on your application. You're not supposed to have a DJ.
Yes.
Is the DJ booth gone?
So there is no DJ booth. Essentially, it's our host stand, that it's just, now DJ is just a computer and a small mixer. So that's the extent of.
But you're not hiring DJs and promoting them and all of that?
No, that's it.
All right.
So it's just recorded music you're playing?
Just recorded music.
And there's no dancing?
There is no dancing. There's never been dancing.
All right, I'll accept. You said 6,000, right?
Okay, accept.
Good luck.
And Chairman, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to the Bronx. I was here a little earlier when you recommended that a restaurant would be successful even if we're in the Bronx. But we have, I also one of the co-owners of one of the.
I go to the Bronx all the time to see the Yankees.
One of the 3 recommended restaurants in the Bronx.
Oh, all right, good.
By Michelin.
Good luck.
Thank you.
533.
Accept.
Accept.
When's your next vacation? Next week? We going? You go away more in a year than I go away in like 5.
Business is good.
534.
5,000 because it's the second time we got banged for the same thing.
534, 5,000.
535.
Cancel and bond if the bond's available. I don't think it is, though.
Yep. Cancel and bond if we got it.
536. This is in Queens where the real baseball team plays.
Yeah. 10,000.
Dismiss charge 1, I think.
Dismiss.
Dismiss charge 1.
Yes. Dismiss 1, 10,000.
Thank you.
538.
That was 530. Oh, no, I got it. 7,000.
7,000.
539.
Accept.
Accept 2,000.
544 has been adjourned. 555. There was an email from the representative in this. Apparently, he got his dates mixed up and did not know about this date, the switch of dates.
All right, 329.
All right, 557 has been taken off the calendar. 558.
Counter 5,000.
Are you good with that, Commissioner?
Yes, yes, I'm sorry.
559 has been adjourned. 564.
Accept.
Accept.
566.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah,
Dismiss. Or it dropped, right?
wait, what number is this? 66?
66.
566.
Oh, yeah, we have to dismiss 3 and 4. All right, dismiss, withdraw 3 and 4, counter at cancel and bond.
Draw 3 and 4, counter.
This guy was
cancel
running a
and bond.
casino.
Yeah.
568.
I'll accept.
Accept. What was 560?
That was 2,500. Well, hold on. 2,500 for disorderly premise and failure to notify.
Yep, 2,500, accept.
569.
Counter with 15,000. Another casino.
15,000.
570.
Accept.
10,000, accept.
571.
Denied. You needed to come in.
Yeah, denied.
573.
Counter at 20,000.
20,000, counter.
All right, 575 has been adjourned. 576 has been adjourned. 580, 583, 585.
Denied. He's having a problem with the way that the license was stipulating small batch and New York products with Southern. I think it's something that wholesale needs to work out with Southern, not to give him, it's obvious, and we didn't do this was before my time, but it's obvious that the previous chairman and board did that for a reason, so.
Yep, denied.
589 was adjourned. 591.
I'll accept.
6,500, accept.
592.
2,500.
2,500.
593,
Accept.
Accept.
594,
3,000.
3,000.
596,
6,500.
6,500. Accept.
597,
Accept.
Accept.
598,
This was an interesting case. I'll accept. He ID'd the one guy and gave the beer to the other.
598, 4,000. Accept. Yeah.
599,
Accept.
Accept.
600,
Accept. $1,000 instead of the bond.
Accept.
601,
Accept.
601. Accept. 2,500.
602,
Accept.
603,
So he wants a 90-day suspension while he's closed.
I asked the prosecutor about this because it didn't make a lot of sense to me, and because the license still isn't in safekeeping yet, and the prosecutor was fairly adamant that she thought this was okay.
I'll give him a 90-day suspension, but it's going to be 90 days the day after he opens. So counter with 2,500.
2,500.
604,
I'll accept.
So wine, beer only after 7. Accept. 2,500.
605,
Accept.
Accept.
606,
3,000.
3,000.
607,
6,500.
6,500.
608,
Counter at 12,000. He's a year old and selling cigarettes and pharmaceuticals.
12,000.
609,
Accept.
Accept.
610,
Accept.
Accept. 3,500.
No, 1,500.
611,
What? 611. No.
610 is 1,500.
1,500. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
611,
Accept.
Accept.
612.
Accept.
Somebody signed in for this and then must have left.
All right, well, accept it anyway.
3,000.
Yep.
613,
Accept.
Accept.
614,
Accept.
Accept.
615,
Accept.
616,
Accept. Oh, I'm sorry,
616.
Yeah, accept 616.
Accept.
617,
3,000.
3,000.
618,
4,500. Accept.
4,500. Accept.
All right, 620, the applicant signed in, but I got an email during the meeting that they decided to ask to have the matter held over to the 29th.
We're on 619, though.
No, oh, I'm sorry, I had one stuck in there. I apologize. 619.
Fifth time.
Yeah, that's revoke.
And they were not here, so.
Bond.
All right, 620A. They were here, but
they'd already put that over.
no. The community board asked that you not make a decision until they.
Oh, right, yeah, that's avant-garde, yes.
And the applicant wanted to proceed today.
No.
However, they showed up today and then sent me an email asking to have it adjourned. That's why I asked if there was any opposition. So-
Okay.
So it's now over to the 29th.
Yeah, they need, it's better off if the community
I
board
think they
speaks
got
to it.
that message.
Okay.
620G.
620B was adjourned to the next meeting. 620C was also adjourned prior to the meeting. 620G.
What about E?
E, we already did, didn't we?
We did the E.
628.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. So 620G. Accept. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I got counter at cancel and bond. That's in my backyard.
Are you good to go with that, Commissioner? All
Rather
right.
than the 8,500?
Yep.
All right.
620H.
Accept.
620K is a
620K is the advisory.
Yes.
I'll accept the advisory. We made a couple of changes to it, which make the limit from, it went from 6 months to 2 years. So we have a 2-year limit from the date of the placement of the order by the retailer into the bill and hold. And that was in response to public comment. And Chris, do you have anything to say about this?
No, I don't know. If any-
I do. I think 2 years is too long.
Why?
It just seems to me to be a long time to have inventory held up with breakage and market changes and everything else in this 24-hour news cycle environment that we live in. I just think 2 years is too long.
So what would you, because 6 months was obviously not even,
I would say a year.
I mean, most of the retailers that came in here indicated to me that if they're going to buy 100 cases of something and put it in bill and hold, they generally aren't going to go through 100 cases in a year.
Yeah.
And then they don't get the discount.
All right, 18 months. I would suggest 18 months. I just think 2 years is too long.
Okay, 18 months then.
So
And
you-
there's other technical changes to this. And we did add the option for the wholesaler to use other methods for computing market rate, except they use another method without obtaining prior written approval from the authority. The wholesaler does so at its own risk. And we also put in language in response to public comment regarding various vintages, which came up during the public comment
Okay,
period.
so the working draft that's before you with the one change to the 18 months is what you're citing off on?
Correct.
All right. And Commissioner Ford?
Yes,
All right.
correct.
The only things I have were the minutes of those prior meetings and the decisions. I know that both of you had a question about that one decision. I'm going to double check it. You both had the same question. I'll go back and
Yeah,
double
I
check.
may have changed my vote.
I will go back and double check. Other than that,
I don't remember. No, the minutes are fine and the decisions are fine, other than that.
Right.
I have no further business. I'm not sure if you have anything, Chairman, or anybody else?
No.
Good.